Yep, 1 2 1 2. Check check check.
Testing 1 2 1 2.
Well, a very good morning from the Banks Homes Riverside, and after a strong performance on the road down in Chelmsford a few days ago, Durham's women return to Chester Street to take on Yorkshire in the Metro Bank One-Day Cup. News from the ground is that Durham have won the toss and have elected to bat first. So the lineups look as this. We've got Emma Marlowe and Mia Rogers, Holly Armitage, Maddie Villiers, Emily Windsor, Heather Graham, Bess Heath, Grace Thompson, Abby Glenn, Trudy Johnson and Katie Levick for Durham. And as for Yorkshire, it's Lauren Winfield Hill, Alice Clark, Jess Johansson, Inez Blackwell, Maddie Ward, Sarah Glenn, Beth Langston, Claudie Cooper, Jess Woolston, Amy Campbell and Erin Thomas rounding out the 11. You're with myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, for today, and joining me is Polly Starkey.
Hello, and we're going to see play today. Last week we were here and it was these two sides who were meant to be playing in the T20 Blast, and unfortunately rain got the better of us, and unfortunately we didn't see any play. But it'll be brilliant to see some one-day cup action today. And as you mentioned, Durham having a fantastic win over Essex at the weekend, beat Essex by 46 runs. And so with the bat, I suspect Durham will be looking for a repeat performance there.
Yeah, and a 3-game winning streak at the moment in the competition as well, Durham, which was kicked off back on the 6th of May in Birmingham, taking a 5-wicket win with 25 balls remaining against Warwickshire. Then back that up back here 10 days later with that 120-run win against Somerset, and then that 46-run win on Saturday.
Yeah, they're just finding a nice bit of form. They've had a good run.
With ball in hand on the flip, Mia Rogers got fade off on strike, and Mark then strikers end. Danny repeating as we get away. Driven on the app and straight to fielder.
Inez Blackwell opening the bowling, just 17 years old and in her second season with Yorkshire. So big responsibility for her today.
Driven, and this one does pierce the gap through the dive, and the first runs on the board for Durham. Lovely drive along the ground for 4.
Nice shot from Mia Rogers. Scored 39 against Essex, and we'll be looking to continue that today.
Now a little fuller there from Blackwell. Yeah, she herself, Mia Rogers, just starting to come into a little bit of game time and form as well. Only 95 runs on the campaign so far in this competition for her. Blackwell starting to find a couple of good areas in those last 2 deliveries.
Yorkshire, of course, missing Rachel Slater and Hannah Rainey, who were with Scotland in the World Cup. Rachel Slater's opening the bowling for them in previous matches, so slight change for them.
She's definitely probing a good line here to start things off. Obviously with the T20 Women's World Cup going on. In fact, it is Yorkshire's home that are playing host to the doubleheader today. As a back foot punch can only find cover, and that will end the over. Just the drive and just the boundary off of it. Durham 4 without loss at the end of the first over.
Yeah, Headingley are hosting Australia versus Bangladesh, which is just started, and then India against the Netherlands this afternoon. We've also got a game at Edgbaston, South Africa versus Pakistan this evening. And then there are also plenty of games going on in the One Day Cup. So Essex are hosting Hampshire, Lancashire are hosting the Blaze at Blackpool, and Somerset are playing Warwickshire. So we'll keep you updated with those scores throughout the day, as Beth Langston's going to open the bowling from the Lumley end. So Durham 4 without loss after the first over. Just that one boundary. Marlowe will be facing her first ball of the day. Got a slip in place in the form of Amy Campbell. This one's been left alone through to Lauren Winfield-Hill with the gloves.
It's been an interesting campaign in the One Day Cup for Beth Langston so far. In terms of the economy rate, she's the second most expensive economically of the Yorkshire bowlers at 5.7.
Marlowe tries to pull this away but doesn't get hold of it. Will be a dot.
Also, to back that up, Langston has taken 5 wickets as well, with best figures of 2 for 25 in this season's campaign. So maybe just one of those bowlers that, much like the rest of the Yorkshire team, are trying to sort of find their place in Tier 1 after winning in Tier 2 last season.
Langston in again, and it's been defended by Marlowe. Yeah, the thing about Beth Langston is, you know, she's such an experienced player. When you think back actually to the last time England women hosted a World Cup, she was part of that winning side in 2017, and yeah, it was, I guess, maybe a bit of a step down going to Tier 2, but coming back up, it's about adjusting again with those newfound expectations, as this one's been driven by Marlowe, but we'll just find the fielder. Erin Thomas inside the ring. Durham still 4 without loss. As I mentioned, yeah, slightly changed Yorkshire side, Stair Callis as well, who's playing today for the Netherlands against India at Headingley. Langston in again, and that misses the edge. I think just get a tickle on it and we'll head down to the boundary. It will be 4. Yeah, signalled 4, so slight inside edge. Winfield-Hill unable to get a hand on it. Durham 8 without loss, 2 boundaries so far, 1 from Rogers, 1 from Marlowe.
Yeah, just watching that one back, that's gone cannoned off the inside of the edge of the bat and all the way past Lauren Winfield-Hill with the gloves.
Langston in and defended, Marlowe rocking forward. And that concludes the over, so 8 without loss. Once again, just the boundary from the over.
A very good morning to those of you that are tuning in as well as part of the coverage and the broadcast. Able to reach out to myself and Polly via the comments in the YouTube chat, or if the emails potentially might be up and running, it's streaming at durhamcricket.co.uk. Blackwell continuing to Mia Rogers. Push that one a little bit fuller. Almost Yorker length on the first ball. See a quick mention as well of Yorkshire's run of form. Haven't been in the finest run of form as of late. 3 losses and a draw in their last 4, and that draw coming against this Durham side. Last ball thriller, with both sides racking up 290 each. But since then, it's been defeats, but close defeats, I think it's fair to say, Polly. Defeat to Essex by 13 runs, Hampshire only by 16 runs, and that was affected by DLS, and then Warwickshire by 3 wickets with 16 balls remaining. So they've been well and truly in the hunt in those games.
Yeah, it's definitely been a kind of learning curve for Yorkshire coming into Tier 1. They were obviously so strong in Tier 2 and really dominated, but there is quite a big gap between Tier 1 and 2, and even though they do have a lot of players who would played in Tier 1 for a while, the equivalent of Tier 1 with the regional structure, it is just very different to what they experienced last season.
That one's cut away, beautifully timed from Mia Rogers. It's a packed field on the offside, but rising up high, cutting away on the back foot, square on the offside, finds the gap, and it's a third boundary for Durham.
Yeah, it's just been boundaries so far today. Don't know if they fancy doing any running.
Well, it is in the low 20s out there.
Yeah, I did break a sweat walking here. It was quite warm from the train station.
This one quite considerably fuller. Mia Rogers not tempted to try and tee off.
I've spotted Alice Clark out in the field, who it feels very strange to see her in a Yorkshire shirt because she is Lancashire through and through. She's on loan here at Yorkshire. She's from Accrington, has a very strong East Lancs accent, so to see her in a Yorkshire shirt is not what I would have predicted a while ago.
That one is full tossed again, and this time Emma Marlowe does want to try and punish into the leg side boundary. The sweeper won't make her way all the way round from long leg to try and cut that off. So it's going to be 8 off the over, with Mia Rogers racing her way up to 12. Durham 16 without loss after 3.
Again, just boundaries, but finding the gaps nicely. And yeah, that was a poor delivery to end the over. Punished by Mia Rogers. Beth Langston's going to continue from the Lumley end. We have got some dark clouds appearing, although I don't think we're due any bad weather, touch wood. Marlowe on strike. Leaves that one outside the off stump.
Yeah, if our fortune in terms of weather is anything to go off from the other night, then.
Oh dear.
But I've got a Met Office up and running already, and they are assuring me that there's a 10 to 5% chance, so we'll continue to touch wood that the rain stays away.
Langston in once again, left outside. A couple of hands on heads from the Yorkshire players. This is good from Langston. Yeah, last week when we were here for the T20, one of the first things I said to you was I haven't actually been at a washed out game so far this season, and alas, the women's game was washed out. So yeah, I'm just going to stay quiet. Marlowe works this into the leg side. Going to scamper through for one, and that's going to be the first single of the day.
Yeah, Marlowe happy to play a little bit more patient in the early stages, watching a couple just nip away off the surface from Langston off the first couple of deliveries, and then that one, first sign of a little bit of in-swing potentially. Just happy to work off the pads.
Langston through her paces, and that's played straight back to her by Rogers for no run. I do think Durham have got a lot better at building an innings. Certainly last season that's something they really struggled with, but their game against Essex and previous games in this competition, they've been able to build a total, and it's often been a bit of a team performance, which has been brilliant to see, as Rogers takes a few steps and finds a edge down to third, where Sarah Glenn is doing the fielding. Good to see her back in the Yorkshire side after her finger injury. It left her out for the start of the season and ruled her out of the World Cup.
Yeah, huge boost to have that kind of experience back in this side.
Durham 18 without loss as Langston's in again and is punched off the back foot, but no run on offer. That wraps up the over. 18 without loss after 4. Mia Rogers on 13 and Emma Marlowe on 5.
Yeah, going back to that point you made about Durham's ability to really put an innings together. I mean, their last 3 scores as a team all 290 plus. 290 against Warwickshire, 292 against Somerset, 291 against Essex. In fact, the only blemish in the last 5 games is their defeat here against the Blaze, where they only made 148 before being bowled all out. Cries of there we go, out from the Yorkshire field as Mia Rogers just chips that one to sort of a short cover. This time loads up, crunches a ball, but it's Alice Clark that's standing at extra cover for the fielding. Back of a length, chipped up and gone! What a take that is from Innes Blackwell. And Mia Rogers, who was just really starting to get herself some rhythm and started, just lazily chips it back to the bowler. And she has to go for 13 off 16. Durham lose their first.
That's a brilliant caught and bowled by Innes Blackwell. Those ones are tough to take. Took it quite low. And sees the end of Rogers, who has found a decent bit of form. That game against Essex looked really strong. So a frustrating blow for Durham early on. They find themselves 18 for 1, and Innes Blackwell has the first wicket of the day.
Yeah, just never really quite fully committed to the shot almost even, it looks like. It was almost sort of like a half-hearted chip. Completely mistimes it. And straight into the hands of Innes Blackwell. So that's her 7th wicket of the campaign. It brings Holly Armitage out at number 3, the skipper. Maybe not necessarily the situation that she was expecting to be making her way out at. .349 runs for her in the competition so far, averaging just under 40. That well made 106 earlier on in the campaign to her name already as well. But what a confidence boost that will be. Wicket in the opening 5 overs for Yorkshire. This one's driven into the ground and stopped at that sort of short cover for no run. Amy Campbell there doing the fielding. This is good from Innes Blackwell. Very easy for her to sort of shy off a little bit after conceding 3 boundaries already. Some eager eyes watching on. I think that's David Beddingham. Oh, big appeal, particularly from behind the stumps. Blackwell with her head on her hands and readjusts her ponytail as the umpire signals a leg bye to conclude the over. And what an over that it is. Durham 19 for 1.
Yeah, brilliant from Innes Blackwell, who has just turned 17 recently. So even though we say she's 17, that's only a recent development. So she's not about to turn 18 or anything. This is only her 2nd season with Yorkshire and kind of her first full season in the senior team. And of course, last season that was in Tier 2. So even more of a step up now onto this stage as Beth Langston continues. It's been defended by the captain, Holly Armitage, who's yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, when we say that's a recent development, May the 30th was Innes Blackwell's birthday. She's 18 days into being 17 years old.
Langston in again, and that's punched away by Armitage, but we'll just find Alice Clark. Yeah, Yorkshire have got some strong young players coming through. Gabriella Fontenla, who's with Scotland at the moment. She's been fantastic in a Scotland shirt so far. Had the pleasure of seeing her play in Edinburgh. And Scotland started their World Cup campaign very strongly against Ireland at Old Trafford, as this has been driven by Holly Armitage. It will be cut off by Sarah Glenn. Not a clean pickup. They run 3 for 2, and that's Armitage off the mark.
Yeah, and it's a point of the youth that has been made as well by Yorkshire General Manager Gavin Hamilton, quoted in the preview article released by Yorkshire this morning about making sure that the pathways keep going, get some of those academy girls into the squad as well.
Armitage drives this just back behind the bowler. No run on offer. Armitage 2 from 7 as Langston runs in once again, and that's down the leg side. It will be a wide.
Yeah, don't mind that idea though there from Langston. Just try and cramp Holly Armitage up a little bit.
Durham 22 for 1. Langston through her paces, and that's pushed straight to Aaron Thomas inside the ring. He fields that cleanly.
Yeah, two fielders that are outside the ring at the moment. You've got Maddie Ward, who's a deep backward square leg right in front of the benches, and pretty much right underneath us at third. We've got Sarah Glenn.
Armitage flicks this into the leg side, backward of square, and the aforementioned Maddie Ward running in to do the fielding. So just a single taken, and that'll be the end of the over. 6 overs gone, 23 for 1.
And a strong start so far, it's fair to say, from Yorkshire.
Yeah, good start by Yorkshire, who really will want to kind of get themselves back into this competition. And I don't think it's a bad idea to try and do that against your local rivals, I guess. I mean, I know the Roses derby is the big thing, but I think Yorkshire Durham, because of, you know, the history of Northern Diamonds, I think it makes this game always a bit exciting.
Full face of the bat in defence from Armitage as Blackwell moves into her 4th over of work. Yeah, and it's easy again also to look at the War of the Roses with Yorkshire and Lancashire, considering the proximity to each other on the table as well. Yorkshire just the 2 points above Lancs, who are rock bottom in the One Day Cup table. Durham at the moment hanging out in 5th place, just 3 points behind Warwickshire and Surrey, who are tied on 22 apiece. Bit of width and cut away there by Armitage. It will beat the dive of the fielder there out in the deep on the offside. That's Maddie Ward, who couldn't quite keep that in bounds. And it's the first boundary for Holly Armitage.
Another boundary though, and Durham will be happy with that. Be looking to build another big total as they have done in this competition plenty of times.
Pulled the length back a little bit and maybe took a pace fraction off there as well from Blackwell. It's a good recovery ball. Again, just happy to see out some of the deliveries here. Build up a strong partnership as well. Moment just the 5 added on between these two. Winds up and it's a bump ball. Back to Campbell at that short cover position. So end of the over, just the boundary from it. Durham 27 for 1.
Yeah, Amy Campbell kind of back in her region, I suppose. Grew up in the Northumberland pathway, but represented North East Warriors as it was then, the kind of county that covered Northumberland and Durham together. They joined forces. And of course a bit of time with Northern Diamonds as well. We'll see her with the bat later. Opening alongside Longmanfield Hill as Beth Langston's in again, and some edge from Marlowe. Just replaying the shot. Durham 27 for 1.
Longmanfield Hill maybe asking for a little bit of refinery in the field there. I think mid-on maybe asked just to cover a fraction wider.
Marlowe driving this straight back to Langston. So 2 dots so far in the over.
Yeah, this is good scoreboard pressure early on, even with Durham dealing virtually exclusively in boundaries with the scoring in the power play so far. Have them 27 for 1, coming up to 2 overs left in the power play.
Marlowe with a lovely shot, beats the fielder inside the ring and goes all the way for 4. She'd been 5 from 12, now 9 from 13.
Victor Main doing the fielding there, I think. But that was a lovely drive, really lovely shape to the drive. Deserved 4 off the bat. Got a little bit fortunate as well with the mistimed dive.
Left outside the off stump. Langston bowling a better line there. Durham 31 for 1.
Kept that run rate hovering around about 4 and over mark as well, even with the loss of the wicket of Mia Rogers earlier.
Nudged into the leg side by Marlowe, who sprints through for a single. It's played to deep backward square. 32 for 1.
Yeah, yet again though, it's a good line, it's a good length from Beth Langston. Just challenging both batters, encouraging them to play a couple of shots.
Armitage has a swipe and wrap on the pads. There are a couple of shouts from the Yorkshire players, but we'll conclude the over. So 8 overs gone, 32 for 1. 5 from the over. And I mentioned the World Cup games that are going on. Australia are playing Bangladesh. They have Bangladesh 17 for 4 within the power play. don't like that you're celebrating, Ben. Boo. Interesting to keep an eye on that, as well as India versus the Netherlands later, and then South Africa, Pakistan this evening. It's been a very interesting World Cup so far. Started on Friday evening at Edgbaston with England thrashing Sri Lanka, and importantly a performance of Wicked by the West End cast to open the tournament, which I thought was very appropriate.
And it's quite apt that we mention England internationals. Sarah Glenn coming into the attack to replace a pretty handy spell from Innes Blackwell. First delivery zips through to Winfield Hill. Watched by Emma Marlowe. Push forward. Gets through the initial dive in the covers, but there is fielder out on the deep. Maddie Ward once again. And we'll just start to think about potentially rotating the strike a little bit here with the first sight of spin. It's Glenn and Winfield Hill have a little bit of a conference midway down the wicket. Some kind of plan here maybe to go up against Armitage. It's heaved into the leg side. That's got some pace on it. There is no stopping that from Holly Armitage. Carved through mid-wicket. And it's a boundary for Armitage.
Yeah, I don't know what Glenn and Winfield Hill were discussing, but it didn't matter as Holly Armitage just kept going, ignored what was happening, and absolutely sliced that away.
Now through the covers in the offside with a drive. Maddie Ward certainly getting her steps in early as she's the one to retrieve that ball. There's Armitage up to 12. Marlowe on 11 and on strike. Backs away and gives herself some room. Quite nicely off a step. Already 7 off the over. With one more ball to come. Oh, she's knocked her over. Straight through the gate, middle stump out of the ground. And one that just looked to keep straight on the flight. Sarah Glenn has her first wicket. And the Durham skipper goes for 12. Durham 39 for 2.
Yorkshire will be delighted with that sight, as you say, middle stump. Absolutely flattened, and Holly Armitage has to trudge back to the pavilion. Not ideal at all for Durham, who had a bit of a shaky start, losing that early wicket, but thought maybe Armitage could provide a bit of stability, but the introduction of Sarah Glenn ended that quite quickly. And Durham are 39 for 2. Means Maddie Villiers will be coming to the crease with work to do for Durham.
Yeah, big moment in the game this here for Durham. 1 over left in the power play. And May's PCA Player of the Month, Maddie Villiers, makes her way out at 4. Armitage well and truly a prize that has been captured for Yorkshire. Previous 349 runs in the competition this season. Maddie Villiers, though, will be very much next in the sights.
Beth Langston continuing. This has been driven really nicely by Emma Marlowe. Will easily be 4. That's a fantastic bit of batting from Emma Marlowe, who moves on to 16.
Yeah, once again, similar kind of drive as the last over off of Langston. Really nice shape, really nice position to the drive and execution. Just picks the gap through the covers.
Langston looking to recover here. It's been nudged into the leg side by Marlowe. We'll take one and we'll settle for that. 44 for 2.
Yeah, hasn't been too much shying away, even with a couple of early wickets going down. I'm still trying to put a little bit of pressure back onto Yorkshire, not let them feel like they're getting too far ahead of the game.
Villiers to face her first ball. Langston in, and that's defended for no run. Just wanting to settle in. Villiers has a swipe, won't be able to get off the mark yet as Jess Woolston does the fielding.
Well, a bit of shape away there as well from Villiers. Tried to time that and again pick that gap through the covers, but
Villiers slaps it away on the leg side. Claudia Cooper gets a hand to it, preventing it for going for 4, and it looks like that was a sore one to take. So will just be the single. Claudia Cooper probably say 4 there. It was struck quite powerfully. Durham 45 for 2. Marlowe on 17. She defends that to wrap up the over. So 10 overs gone. Durham are 45 for 2 with Emma Marlowe 17 from 21 and Maddie Villiers 1 from 3.
that seems like a pretty good time as well to have a check around the grounds in the rest of the games in the Women's One Day Cup. Full suite of matches going on in Blackpool, Lancashire against the Blaze. The Red Rose winning the toss and electing to bat. They're 33 without loss at the moment in their 8th over. Warwickshire and Somerset. Somerset winning the toss and sending Warwickshire into bat. It's not quite paid off so far. Warwickshire 56 without loss at the conclusion of their 8th over. And Essex and Hampshire down in Chelmsford. Hampshire winning the toss and sending Essex in. Essex 36 for 1. Halfway through the 10th over. Glenn to continue. Offering up a little bit of flight. First ball up against Villiers. Won't take any risks early. Oh, chopped on and gone! Abby Glenn's got 2 in 2 overs. Maddie Villiers goes for just a single. And Yorkshire well and truly on top in this first 40 or so minutes of this game. It's 45 for 3.
Brilliant work from Sarah Glenn, who has come on and has had instant impact, dismissing the captain, Holly Armitage, and then Maddie Villiers, their powerful batter, who's seemingly always in form, scored 76 against Essex at the weekend, was coming in with a big job to do, and Sarah Glenn has helped Yorkshire significantly in the early stages of this game. Durham 45 for 3 with Emily Windsor coming to the crease. I said Villiers had a big job to do, but I think Emily Windsor has an even bigger one now. And she'll have to see out Sarah Glenn, who has looked pretty dangerous so far.
Yeah, this is quite some opening gambit from Yorkshire here. Definitely, if you looked at purely the form on paper for both these teams, this is not the start that you would have written up. But the cricket script often has a funny way of changing course. Now for Emily Windsor, who's going to have to face up against Sarah Glenn with the wind well and truly in her sails. Backs away and punches, but no run. This is really good, really challenging from Sarah Glenn. Good variations a little bit as well. Not too much turn being shown early, but varying that up with some flight, a little bit of pace as well. Can't pick the gap at point there. Jess Johansson doing the fielding. At this rate, be a question of just how much batting that she could potentially have if wickets continue to tumble. Changing the field here. Langston's going to go to long off. Again, cramped for room, cramped for space. Sarah Glenn soaring high, a wicket maiden for her and for Yorkshire. Durham 45 for 3.
That was really useful from Sarah Glenn, and I'm sure they'll be hoping she can continue like that, because the squeeze that she's put on Durham here is setting them up really nicely. And this is Yorkshire's first game back after the break for the T20s, so it's a bit of a fresh start for them, and they've certainly started that well. We're going to have a change of bowling with Jess Jonathan now coming in from the Lumley end, who has just been essential for Yorkshire. I just think what a signing to have her secured for 3 years as their overseas player. Someone so experienced on the fringes of the Australian side. Marlowe rocks back and will manage to get a single. Alice Clark unable to do the fielding inside the ring.
Yeah, she's been pretty handy, to say the least, hasn't she, Jess Jonathan, on both sides of the game. 18 wickets in the competition this season already in the One Day Cup.
Scoring runs for fun as well. I saw her absolutely punish Lancashire in the Roses Derby earlier in the season. Jonathan's in again, and that's defended by Emily Windsor, who's yet to get off the mark. Durham 46 for 3. Jonathan in again. Tentative from Windsor. Faced 6 balls so far.
Yeah, I think as much as Durham won't want to do it, this is kind of how you need to bat for the next over or two.
Windsor nudging this into the leg side. Not hugely convincing, but comes through for 1.
Just take a couple of ones, maybe some twos if they're there on the scope of a misfield or something like that, potentially. Keep the run rate ticking along, but not fall into that expansive shot playing trap. Just soak up a little bit of the pressure here, especially with Sarah Glenn at the other end. Some adjustments in the offside. Backward point's going to go in. Got short cover and cover.
Marlowe, all she can do is lean over the ball and defend. Jess Johnson is bowling really nicely in her first over. Durham 47 for 3. Johnson in again, and attempted a bit of flair from Marlowe. But that wraps up the over. 47 for 3, just 2 runs from it. That's 12 overs gone in Durham's batting innings.
Yeah, winning the toss and electing to bat as well, Durham, if you're just joining us. But the wickets so far falling plentifully. Mia Rogers that went first, caught and bowled by Ennis Blackwell, just chipping up to her. And then Sarah Glenn has come into the attack. 2 wickets in 2 overs. First, removing the middle stump of Durham skipper Holly Armitage for 12. And then Maddie Villiers most recently chopping on to a ball that was around about 4th or 5th stump. Chipped up into the leg side through square leg. A bit of a slip there from Windsor. It's open to the idea of coming back for a second, but they'll have to settle for the one.
Bring you news that Bangladesh are now 5 wickets down, and Elise Perry has taken 2 wickets in an over. So all happening down at Headingley.
Good on you, Lacey. Marlowe, not for the first time, trying to give herself a little bit of room. Oh, carved over the top of short mid-wicket and might just pierce the gap as well. That's very, very well fielded there from Langston, who's come around from mid-on. That will be the 50 up for Durham as well. And gee, they've had to work hard for it in this first 3/4 of an hour. Now through the covers, really well timed. But there is the protection out there in the deep with Maddie Ward. Windsor will get herself off strike, move to 21. Feels like she's going to be the one to be the anchor for Durham here. Windsor goes and exploits a similar area, driven through the covers, taking the single. Nice bally over. Marlowe takes a backward step, cuts straight toward again, and that will be the end of the over. So after 2 wicket taking overs, somewhat expensive one by Sarah Glenn's standards, 6 runs from it, puts Durham up to 53 for 3.
Durham will just want to see out this phase a little bit, let themselves, particularly Emily Windsor, settle in. Emma Marlowe, of course, has been there from the start, seeing her partners disappear. And Windsor will need to put in a shift to try and get Durham back into this game and building innings as they've done so well the last couple of weeks. Jess Johnson continuing from the Lumley end. It's been pushed away by Marlowe, who will take the single.
Yeah, without a doubt, mentioned it a couple of overs ago that Durham just do need to alleviate off of the accelerator pedal a little bit.
defensive from Windsor. Jonathan really having control of this spell. Windsor has a swing, unable to truly get it away.
Yeah, it's a shame on that one there. Fair bit of width on offer for Windsor. Just couldn't quite get a hold of it.
Once again, very defensive and tentative from Windsor. She's 3 from 12, 3 dot balls in a row now. Scampering through, that's a quick single. Doesn't look as hasty in the end. With the ball reaching the edge of the ring. But just trying to rotate that strike to avoid one batter getting stuck after 3 dot balls. But Durham will wrap up the over with a dot. So 56 for 3 after 14. 55 for 3 after 14.
Yeah, scoreboard got a little hasty there. But no, very, very good over there from Jess Jonathan. What she's doing is just holding that Lumley end down at the moment and allowing Sarah Glenn to really strut her stuff. Bit of a field change here, asking Maddie Ward. It's come a little bit squarer out on that offside boundary. Langston at long off as well. That one was really dished up from Sarah Glenn. But Windsor not willing to take her on. Drop down, and half a chance for short cover to be able to catch it just over the head. And then run back for 2.
Yeah, it's a slightly dangerous shot. If it was a slightly taller player, I think there maybe would have been a wicket.
Nursed into the leg side, no run there. Yeah, it's Alice Clark that's there at this sort of short cover position. Oh, through her again! Emily Windsor has to go. And another delivery from Sarah Glenn that just stays straight. Windsor backing away. And it's through the gate. Durham lose their 4th. It's 3 for Sarah Glenn. And it's 57 for 4.
It felt like it almost happened in slow motion. It was, poor choice of shot by Emily Windsor, and Sarah Glenn is absolutely on fire. She's having a great day so far. 3 for 15, including a maiden, and is absolutely destroying this Durham batting lineup. If you look at the calibre of players that she's dismissed, you had the captain, Holly Armitage, then you had the informed Maddie Villiers, and then Emily Windsor. This is a really handy bit of bowling from Sarah Glenn.
And she's doing it all herself as well.
Yeah.
3 wickets, all 3 bowled. Granted, one of them was chopped on from Maddie Villiers, but the 2 against Armitage and Windsor, they're absolute peaches. Just stay straight. Drag down a little bit as well, so maybe a little bit of extra zip. And it's causing Durham some serious headaches. Heather Graham now out to bat at 6. There's still 2 balls left to come in this over. Field converges pretty much exclusively inside the ring. Just a deep square leg, and that deep fielder out on the offside boundary. First delivery, just a sighter. It's going to be dabbed down. I think that's the Durham men's skipper, Alex Lees, that's watching on. A little passing chat with Jess Woolston as she takes up a position at long on. For a moment there, Polly, I had eyes and visions of the middle stump being dislodged again as Graham backed away, but she plays the defensive. Durham 57 for 4 at the end of the 15th over.
Yeah, not great for Durham, not the position they would have wanted to be in at all. And the person we need to speak about is Sarah Glenn. What a day she's having and making it look so easy. It's working so well having Jess Jonathan coming from the Lumley end, Sarah Glenn from the Finkel end in tandem, bowling so well. Jess Jonathan putting that pressure on, bowling pretty neatly, and then Sarah Glenn with 3 wickets so far. Jonathan conceded 4 runs from her 2 overs, and there was a slight kind of... It looked like Jonathan was about to go celebrate as Alice Clark took that nice and low. I think it had been banged into the pitch beforehand. It's been nudged into the leg side. Stopped well by Amy Campbell. Very agile there. 57
really
for 4.
Really sharp piece of fielding from Campbell there.
Jonathan in again, and Marlowe rocks back, punches that through the gap, but we'll just find Erin Thomas, who's come in from the ring, the boundary even. Durham 58 for 4. Jonathan just tossing the ball up at the top of her mark. Heather Graham in just a second game in the One Day Cup for Durham. Defensive. Scored 2 against Essex. Not the contribution she would have wanted. Jonathan and Graham probably played a lot of cricket in Australia against each other, and that's bowled up. Heather Graham turns round and looks at her stumps, and she can hardly believe it. She hasn't moved. She didn't walk immediately because I just don't think she could believe what had happened. And Jess Jonathan provides from the other end. You had Sarah Glenn from the Finkel end with 3 wickets, and now Jess Jonathan joins in the fun from the Lumley end. And this is disastrous for Durham. Heather Graham has to go for naught. And spin is currently winning and is being very successful for Yorkshire.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think we both had the exact same visceral reaction up here in the commentary box, Pack. We both just leant back, hands on heads, probably similar to the kind of pose that Heather Graham was striking in her own head, thinking, how on earth has that clipped the top of off stump? That's an absolute jaffa from Jess Jonathan. Maybe a little bit of turn off the surface. Just bounces high enough off the pitch to get the top of off stump. Bring Bess Heath out at 7 and put Durham into an even deeper world of hurt than they're already at. 58 for 5 with 1 ball to go in the 16th over.
I don't know who's in more trouble, Durham against Yorkshire or Bangladesh against Australia.
Ooh.
A couple of hours where Headingley as Jonathan's in again, and that's a really full delivery. Heath having to dig that out to conclude the over. 58 for 5 after 16. And a brilliant 2 overs from Durham with Windsor and Graham departing.
Yeah, this has been some period of the game past the power play. Really doing damage. taking care of some of, I think it's fair to say, Durham's talismans this season with the bat as well. Sarah Glenn now moving into the 5th over of her spell. Marlowe forward in defence for that first delivery. I think it's something I'd like to see maybe a little bit more of out of the Durham batters, trying to get on the front foot as opposed to stepping away and playing off the back foot. Well, poured down there at short cover by Clark.
There was a shout of catch it. I'm not sure who that was from, but I always think, well, of course she's going to try and catch it. There's no need to say that.
That one had some real flight to it. Marlowe deposit that wide of long on. Beth Langston coming up to do the fielding.
I think as long as Sarah Glenn's there, Durham are in a tough situation because, particularly for Marlowe, she's seen exactly what Glenn can do and she's seen all her batting partners disappear. And so there's probably a bit of hesitancy to take her on.
Oh, goes the reverse. Down through fine leg, and that might just race away as well. It will. Not a bad way to get your first runs of the day, and especially when your team really need it.
Fair play to Bess Heath for having the confidence to play that shot when you never know what Sarah Glenn is going to produce with what she's done so far today. 3 for 20.
Yeah, that's some courage there. Second ball at the crease, seeing wickets tumble, going, yeah, we'll just switch up the hands. Oh, and go again. This time there is coverage there. Put the short, fine leg in. Bess Heath will be able to at least get off strike. Moves her up to 5 off 3. Emma Marlowe with this last ball of the over to face from Sarah Glenn. And it's just jamming the bat down in front with a bit of authority. And that's what Durham need in this game, because at the moment, Yorkshire, spearheaded by Sarah Glenn, are starting to run away with this. She's 3 for 21 off 5, and Durham are 64 for 5 at the end of the 17th over.
We can see Phoebe Turner walking in front of us, a bit of strapping on her knee, but Durham will be keen for her to be back as soon as possible with both bat and ball. She's a big miss in the lineup. And Jess Jonathan so far 1 for 5 from her 3 overs. She returns from the Lumley end. Bess Heath on strike. Heath starting defensive. Just assessing the situation. Testing how Jonathan is bowling. Oh, lovely from Jess Jonathan. She gets a second. Bess Heath has to go for 5. And it's all about the wickets that are bowled today. Jess Jonathan, Sarah Glenn, spin success. And Yorkshire are very much in control of this game. Durham are suffering, really suffering as a result of this fantastic bowling in tandem between Jess Jonathan and Sarah Glenn, and there is nothing they can do about it. Quality batters have really, really struggled. And Bess Heath has to go, you'd say very prematurely. Some decent signs early on, pulling out the reverse, but nothing she could do against Jess Jonathan. Durham 64 for 6. And they're not even at the halfway stage.
Yeah, this could very well be a very short outing to the Banks Homes Riverside for us here, as we're not even up to 12 o'clock in the afternoon yet as well, here local time. And it's just another one of those deliveries that maybe a little bit of turn off the surface, a little bit of bounce that's clipped the top of off stump. But it is well and truly a spinner's paradise right now. Jess Jonathan is 2 for 5. Coming up to bowling halfway through her 4th over.
Jonathan in again. It's punched away by Grace Thompson. A lot of responsibility for her here. Thompson rocks back and once again punches it into the offside. 2 dots though. Superb over from Jess Jonathan so far. Slight shout from Jonathan. And Durham are making batting look pretty tough today. Final ball of the over. Thompson taps a bat. Jonathan in, and that's swung into the leg side. But will be a maiden over, a wicket maiden, in fact, for Jess Jonathan. And Yorkshire are enjoying this trip to Chester Street. They were here last week and sat in the rain, but they've returned and they are absolutely fired up. Durham 64 for 6 after 18.
Yeah, maybe that time in the rain, delaying the rained out T20 game, just gave Yorkshire a little bit of extra time to prepare. Sarah Glenn, who would have had the opportunity to make a return in that T20 if it wasn't rained off. She's been given those extra couple of days to recuperate a little more, and is using them to great effect. Emma Marlowe cutting through the offside once again. Moves up to 26, and now it's Grace Thompson's chance to get her first look at Sarah Glenn. Again, slight backward step. Rising up high though there is Thompson, maybe trying to read that extra little bit of bounce that seems like might just be in this surface. This time on the front foot. Which I mentioned earlier. I'm not sure if this is something that you'd agree with me on, Polly, but something that I think I'd like to see the Durham batters try and do a little more of. That is heaved up over the top of mid-wicket and will go all the way from Grace Thompson. That might just be what Durham need to alleviate a little bit of pressure. First maximum of the day.
I can't say I quite expected that. But fair play to Grace Thompson taking on the game. She knows there's a job to be done, and if she's going to do that by hitting sixes, then go for it. I think it's pretty brave taking on Sarah Glenn like that, but she saw the opportunity, and why not? We know she's a capable batter.
And again, back to the plan of just taking that backward step away, trying to give herself a little bit of room against the spin. Now Glenn and Winfield Hill will come and have a chat close to the non-striker's crease. And it's going to be for an adjustment of the field. Short cover is actually going to come even closer. That's to a short mid-off, almost silly mid-off, where Alice Clark will be just out of your picture there on your left-hand side. So Thompson swats through the covers on the offside. Will get the single or retain the strike. An expensive over from Sarah Glenn as Grace Thompson tries to help arrest a little bit of control of this game for Durham. 19 overs gone, 72 for 6.
Durham will be desperately searching to get to that 100 mark. They've lost a handful of wickets, and I think Emma Marlowe has been really good to stay there, and she's done well to hang in there as everyone around her crumbled away. But looking to rebuild and manage to put a total on the board that actually they can add something to bowl at, as Jonason's back into the attack, and that's defended well, stopped by the diving Alice Clark at cover. Thompson on the back foot, and once again, brilliant work by Alice Clark. Ball kind of zips off the edge of the bat just to find point. So 3 dots so far from Jess Jonason. Thompson defensive.
This is unbelievable from Jess Jonason at the moment. Across our last 3 overs, including the 2 wickets she's taken, this is a run of 13 dot balls.
Superb work as this has been hit into the leg side, but will once again be a dot. Just churning dot after dot. Thompson won't be able to get that one away, and so it will be another maiden over for Jess Jonason. She has bowled so well so far today. 5 overs, 2 wickets, 5 runs, 2 maidens. Durham 72 for 6 still.
Yeah, and that continues the run of dot balls for Jess Jonason as well across her last 3 overs. That's 15 dots in a row. That is video game numbers.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous from Jess Jonason. Now, Durham are going to have a little bit of a reprieve from Sarah Glenn. Now, her 6 overs is going to be the end of her first spell. So it's going to be Claudie Cooper that's going to make her way into the attack. Still persisting with pace off, though, Yorkshire. It's a step away from Marlowe. And a punch off the back foot for the 1 run to greet Cooper. Second highest wicket taker for Yorkshire in the competition so far this season. 13 wickets to her name. Big wind up there from Grace Thompson. They might think about coming back for 2, and they will. Taking on Maddie Ward, who had to wheel her way around from the deep position on the offside boundary. Now mid-on, going to be sent all the way back to the boundary in the form of Beth Langston. Oh, just for a moment. That was deja vu for just a second, but Grace Thompson gets them back to it and runs it down to Sarah Glenn at fine leg.
I held my breath there. I was like, oh, this feels familiar.
I heard it. I was like, oh dear. Now on the front foot, pushing through the covers. That's a bit better. Emma Thompson, or Grace Thompson, I should say, doing something that the last 4 Durham batters haven't been able to do, and that's reached 10.
A milestone's a milestone at this point.
Absolutely. Dragged down there from Cooper. Marlowe just starting to help rotate the strike a little bit here with Grace Thompson. Try and nurse out the spin. Last ball to come. Barring any no-ball shenanigans. And it's flicked really nicely off the pads by Grace Thompson. Slight shame that she'll only get a single for that, for the execution of the shot. Does mean she retains the strike. And some valuable runs on the board for Durham, 6 of them. As 21st over is completed, Durham 78 for 6.
A better over for Durham there, and if they can just keep doing that, run a ball, it's much better than them collapsing even further as they have done. Just steady it for now, and then, you know, they're not even halfway yet. I think thinking about accelerating is a long way away, as Jonathan will continue her fantastic bowling. This has been a whip straight to Alice Clark, who has to take quite a sharp one to the hand, but well stopped, and continues Jonathan's string of dot balls. She's just consulting with Lauren Winfield Hill now.
I'll tell you what, a word for Alice Clark as well.
Yeah.
She is an absolute warrior in there at short cover. She's had to dive around. She's worn a couple as well.
Yeah, she's a bit of a brick wall there.
Impenetrable,
Yeah.
exactly.
Thompson, 11 from 20. As this goes over the head of Alice Clark, and it will break the amazing dot ball streak that Jess Jonathan had going on. .80 for 6. Once again, straight to Alice Clark. As a batter, I think the one player you probably want to avoid is Alice Clark. She's nice and warmed up. She's been working hard in the field. He'll jog through for a single as the ball goes down to mid-off. Jess Woolston coming in from the boundary there. .81 for 6. Marlowe prodding this defensively into the offside. Marlowe unable to really work this away. That will wrap up the over. 81 for 6. So 4 dot balls in there. 22 overs gone, 28 to remain.
Yeah, and although it might be Sarah Glenn that will potentially be taking the bowling headlines in terms of wicket-taking figures so far for Yorkshire, it's Jess Jonathan that really needs the plaudits, because she is holding that Lumley end down absolutely impeccably. Cooper will resume from the Finkel end, a wind up, and that one's through the gap. Past Abby Clark, past mid-off, and all the way to the boundary rope. Grace Thompson wasting very little time to try and dig Durham out of this mess.
It's the first boundary for a while. and needed for Durham.
Yeah, last boundary, I believe, was that 6 off of the bat of Grace Thompson. Mid-off now going back to long-off, right on the boundary rope. As that one's over the head of mid-wicket. There is cover on the leg side boundary, though. Erin Thomas there. Cuts it off quick enough to hold Thompson to a single. She's jumped up to 19 off 25. Marlowe having to play a staunch 28 off 42. Quick single taken there just in front of point. It's clear there's a little bit more confidence for Thompson and Marlowe to try and attack Claudie Cooper. Not that time though. Thompson happy to take the long front foot stride and defend. And again, bit of encouragement from Winfield Hill as well behind the stumps. Last ball, the over. Pushed to square leg. Half a chance at a run out with a direct impact. Thompson could have maybe been in a little bit of trouble. But in the end, makes it through safely. 7 runs off that over. Durham 88 for 6.
They're rebuilding nicely. It's the longest they've gone without a wicket, I think, in this whole game. So a decent partnership between Thompson and Marlowe now building. Sarah Glenn's going to come back, but switching now to the Lumley end. So far 6 overs, 3 for 29 and a maiden.
Yeah, interested to see the decision on the change of ends here for Sarah Glenn. Had so much success from the Finkel end. It's something that Winfield Hill has seen from the Lamley end from Jonathan.
Thompson drives this well, but will find Innes Blackwell inside the ring. Slapped away by Thompson, will be cut off just shy of the boundary, but will take the single. 89 for 6.
A little bit gracious, I'd imagine, as well, that Emma Thompson getting off strike. Adjustment of the glove from Marlowe. Deep backward square leg's been put into play.
Marlowe 29 from 43 as Glenn's in and has been dabbed away. No run on offer. Glenn in, and that's worked into the leg side by Marlowe. Will just be one. 90 for 6. The run rate just sitting below 4. Thompson flicks this into the leg side. Will take 1. Marlowe moving to 30, Thompson to 22.
At the moment, quite a few deliveries from Glenn in this over have just been aiming and zoning in on that leg stump. Just trying to get one to maybe go through the gate.
Marlowe tries to punch this away on the leg side. Will be one. And that will conclude the over. So 92 for 6 after 24, approaching the halfway stage. Emma Marlowe on 21 and Grace Thompson on 22.
Yeah, and as you say, Polly, this has been a good rebounding period at the moment for Durham, and a strong partnership, up to 28 between these two. Grace Thompson being the overwhelming contributor at the moment. I suppose that helps when you carve the highest wicket taker of the match over the head of mid-wicket for 6. And it's exactly what Durham needed. Just get a little bit of tempo back. This over will bring us to the halfway stage of the Durham batting innings as well. That one's top edged. It'll run down to wide third. Won't quite get all the way, I don't think, though. Jonathan doing the chasing. And good running between the wickets for Thompson and Marlowe. They'll grab 3. Claudie Cooper at the moment not quite having the desired impact from the Finkel end. Driven straight to Alice Clark, who's been one of the safest pairs of hands out on the park so far for Yorkshire today. Oh, tickled fine, back with a square leg. Thompson will grab the single. Little inspection of the toe of the bat as well there. Easy little back foot cut shot from Marlowe. Continuing to rotate that strike. 5 off this over already so far. All right in the block. Early call of yes from Thompson. Marlowe was a little slower to get off the non-striker's end. Made a safe way through. Langston all the way back at long on. The last ball of the over will just be another single to Emma Marlowe, which will keep the strike and have Durham sat on 99 for 6 at the halfway stage of their batting innings. What a first half this innings it's been, Polly.
Yeah, there was a lot of drama early on with wickets absolutely tumbling, spin being incredibly successful. Not to forget Innes Blackwell with the first wicket, a brilliant caught and bowled to dismiss Mia Rogers. But yeah, it's been all spin since then, with Sarah Glenn taking 3 wickets, Jess Jonathan taking 2. And now Durham have started to rebuild. They want to progress on from here. Gives us the chance to mention some games elsewhere. Essex are struggling against Hampshire. They're 91 for 5 in the 23rd over. Lancashire are 86 for 3 in the 21st against the Blaze. That game's at Blackpool. And then Warwickshire are steaming ahead with 127 for 2 against Somerset. And I believe that's in Exmouth by the sea. Got Amu Surin Kumar, who's brought up her half-century there. And it's not good news if you're a Bangladesh fan, because Bangladesh are 72 for 7 against Australia, just about to conclude that first innings That's down the road at Headingley, with India versus the Netherlands to come at 2:30, and South Africa versus Pakistan this evening at Edgbaston. So lots of cricket to be keeping an eye on. And of course, players from this competition also featuring in this T20 World Cup. We've got Stair Callis of Yorkshire, who will be playing for the Netherlands against India this afternoon.
A quick mention as well of the Oval, the second test between England and New Zealand getting underway with a delayed start, but it's been worth the wait. The first wicket has fallen. Devon Conway falling for 9, and it's caught by James Root, who's keeping wicket for this test match this weekend. Matthew Fisher, the bowler, to take the first wicket as well. Here, as the sun starts to brighten up a little bit, with Emma Marlowe and Grace Thompson taking some well-earned drinks. And a partnership up to 35 at the moment, and has really helped to settle Durham after what could have potentially been an even further calamitous slide. Partnership numbers at the moment: first wicket between Rogers and Marlowe, 18. Second between Marlowe and Armitage, 21. Then it really starts to dip. Marlowe and Villiers for 6. Marlowe and Windsor for 12. Marlowe and Graham for 1. And then Marlowe and Heath for 6. So only one of those last 4 wicket partnerships that have fallen reaching 10. Marlowe and Windsor chipping in 6 apiece for that 4th wicket stand.
Sarah Glenn will continue after the break, coming on from the Lumley end. So far 3 for 33, including a maiden from her 7 overs.
Yeah, Durham had a better over against her in her first look from the Lumley end.
Marlowe on 36, and that's worked into the leg side down to mid-on. And that's the 100 up for Durham, who have taken their time to get there and have struggled with wickets falling all over the place. But this partnership has been really key to reaching that milestone. Glenn in once again and forced into a defensive shot, but they're going to scamper through for 1. Grace Thompson seeing the opportunity.
Yeah, mid-off, just a fraction wider for this field placement at the moment. Just nudging the ball out of the reach of Glenn, so take the single while you can.
Glenn in once again. Ooh. That's chipped up in the air. Was nervy from Marlowe, who stays kind of on one knee, thinking, oh dear, if there was a fielder there, she would very much be gone. 101 for 6. Glenn in and worked into the leg side again by Marlowe. Just the 1, so 3 runs from this over so far. 102 for 6. Thompson now has to dig this one out, and Sarah Glenn has her hands on her head, and Thompson looks down. That was a close one. Another one where we are slightly holding our breath. Final ball of the over. Glenn in again. That's whipped straight to Alice Clark by Grace Thompson. 26 overs gone, 102 for 6.
Yeah, more encouragement there for Sarah Glenn in that over if she needed any more of it. That second to last ball had Grace Thompson moving all over the place. Ended up stood almost at about sort of 7th or 8th leg stump by the time she played that defensive. So really, really promising signs for Glenn. Can Claudie Cooper back it up though? First 3 overs so far going for 20. Not quite the support that was on offer for Glenn the last couple of spells. That's good work though to field off her own bowling. First ball there from Cooper. And going on the dive, will take the single for Marlowe. Short mid wicket, not quite getting down in time. Puts Marlowe up to 39. If she does manage to kick on, get to 50, maybe even get to a century, it will be a very, very hard-earned and well-deserved century. Very well whipped off the pads, backwards a square leg for Thompson. Chipped up and gone. Emma Marlowe punches the bat. And dare I say, the hint of the commentator's curse there, mentioning the potential of a milestone in the sights. But Emma Marlowe, a lazy chip up to short mid-wicket, has to go for a very well-made and important 39 in terms of the context for Durham in this game. Caught by Campbell, bowled by Cooper, who has her first of the day. And Durham are 104 for 7 now.
Once again, it's spin, but that was such a simple catch for Amy Campbell in the end. As soon as it left the bat, you knew it was going to go very safely into the hands of Amy Campbell. Durham 7 wickets down, and after kind of starting a really strong rebuild, things have become a little bit more difficult for Durham with Emma Marlowe, who had been there from the beginning, and from a Durham perspective, you'd really hope she would have carried a bat, but she goes for 39, and Abby Glenn makes her way out to the middle. Has a brief chat with Grace Thompson, who will be really trying to hold down this innings. So far 26 from 38, and Durham have got a lot of batting left to do and not many batters left in the dugout. Down in Headingley, Bangladesh finish their 20 overs 77 for 8. So Australia need 78 runs to win. You suspect that is a foregone conclusion. But, you know, cricket can do funny things. You never know.
Yeah, I won't quite get the streamers out just yet. Abby Glenn backs away and plays the defensive for her first ball. Last ball of the over. It's going to be driven to mid-off to end the over. Really strong over that one there from Claudie Cooper. It brings an end to a 40-run 7th wicket stand. Durham moved to 104 for 7.
A really important over, and Yorkshire will be looking to get this wrapped up. Hence continuing with Jess Jonathan from the Lumley end, who has been dangerous but also just so consistent, economical, and all round really, really useful. Economy of 1.3 at the moment. 6 overs, 2 for 8, including 2 maidens. as that has to be carefully watched by Grace Thompson.
Yeah, I really like this move from Lauren Winfield Hill. Sarah Glenn had a couple of looks from the Lumley end, didn't quite get the same level of success.
Jonathan in again, and Alice Clark unable to stop that. It will just be a single though, with Jess Woolston providing backup. Abby Glenn to face. Jonathan in, and that's nudged into the leg side. Little edge, and it's heading towards the boundary. Will slow up in the field, and Maddie Ward will be able to run round and collect it from the fine leg. 107 for 7.
Yeah, just gets enough on that, Abby Glenn, to just turn it round the corner.
Jonathan once again, and just a little nudge. There's going to be a shy of the stumps. Nothing to write home about though. 108 for 7. Thompson on 27 from 40. Abby Glenn 3 from 4. Thompson standing up straight as she punches that away, and I think Alice Clark kind of rolled over Innes Blackwell. No one put a name on it. Slightly puzzling bit of fielding that. Jonathan in, and then it's been chipped up and over by Grace Thompson. Will be cut off by Jess Woolston. He slightly fumbles the fielding, but just one will be taken. But some intent from Grace Thompson, who was confident enough to try and chip one over the back of the head of Jess Jonathan. 28 overs gone, 109 for 7.
Yeah, she's played some nice shots so far as Grace Thompson. Maybe not on some occasions gotten the full reward of maybe what the execution of the shot deserved. That's certainly an explanation, showcase of one of them. Like you say, the confidence to try and go and chip Jonathan back over the top of her head in the form that she's been in this contest so far. Claudie Cooper, after taking that wicket in her last over, is going to get another chance here with the ball. Sweeper on the offside is going to be brought up just in the edge of the circle. Carved over the top of mid-wicket. That's been a favoured area for Grace Thompson so far today. And she gets her rewards from that shot. 4 more to the total.
Yeah, Grace Thompson has come in and has played really, really well. She's not been afraid to play quite expansively, which I think was a little bit risky coming in where she did, but she's done a fine job so far.
Now the flat bat drives down to wide, long on. We'll take the single, move her off of strike and push her up to 33 of 44. Now that fielder that was brought in just on the edge of the circle is going to be pushed onto the offside boundary. Another one of the Durham men's senior players watching on. I think that might be Ben McKinney. Glenn tries to go down the ground through mid-off, but there is coverage there. Squared up slightly, but away enough to get Abby Glenn off strike. That's 6 off this over already so far, with 2 more balls to come. Wicket coming a little bit finer for Grace Thompson. So instead, we'll go down to long off. Very well timed drive for another single. Give Abby Glenn the last ball of the over. Amy Campbell comes in a little closer. It's chipped up and batted down onto the turf by Cooper. End of the over. It's another 7 runs to the total. Durham once again rebuilding, predominantly through the efforts of Grace Thompson. She's on 34. Durham are 116 for 7.
Yeah, this is good work by Durham. As I said before, just trying to see out the overs as best as possible. And Grace Thompson is playing a really nice innings, reading the situation really well. Jess Jonathan is continuing. It looks like they're going to bowl all her overs. So far 7 overs, 2 for 13. It's been well stopped in the end actually by Innes Blackwell. It looked like it could just beat the 2 fielders inside the ring. It'll just be 1. 117 for 7. Defensive from Abby Glenn, who's scored 4 so far from 8. Once again, really good from Jonathan, and Abby Glenn really hesitant. Yorkshire will be keen for Jonathan to just clean up this middle to lower order. She's in and nudged into the leg side, but miles off finding a run. 3 dots in a row. Jonathan, bit more flight this time. Big shout. They will run through for 1. Signalled a leg by. 118 for 7.
Yeah, right decision there, I think, from the umpire. Looked like just going down the leg side.
Jonathan once again, and that's defended, but enough on it to find a single. 119 for 7 at the end of the over, so 30 overs gone, 20 remain. Grace Thompson is 36 from 47. Abby Glenn 4 from 11.
Yeah, Rex asking the question there, not being able to believe that Yorkshire have skittled the rest of the lot out and been able to mop up this tail, but credit to Grace Thompson, who's been able to take up the Emma Marlowe mantle since she was dismissed. And we're going to see a return to pace for the first time since the opening spells. Innes Blackwell back into the attack. It's short and it's through the gap. Grace Thompson greeting pace with some pace off the bat. 4 more for her. That moves her up to 40. Durham up to 123 for 7.
Makes Grace Thompson the highest scorer so far today.
Yeah, previously that honour to Emma Marlowe before she was caught by Amy Campbell. We'll go in a similar area, this time through the legs of Alice Clark, but did enough to take the pace off the ball. Necessary as well, because that looked like When it leapt off the bat, that might have been destined for the boundary rope as well. Now some relays of messages here via Alice Clark. A small chat with Lauren Winfield-Hill, now going to retake her position in the covers. Oh, it's chipped up. Won't quite be able to get there. Oh, but a chance and gone! Grace Thompson's been run out. Trying to manufacture a singles. It was chipped up short of Amy Campbell. But incredible work in the field, backing up the work that's been done with the ball in hand.
Amy Campbell, take a bow. That was splendid. That was fantastic work. Just thinking so quickly, really accurate. She wasn't on the easiest angle to the stumps either, but just, yeah, worked so quickly and missed opportunity. Well, I wouldn't say it was a missed opportunity with the catch. She was running in kind of quite far, but still seeking out that opportunity. And Durham find themselves 8 wickets down. And Grace Thompson, what a shift she's put in. It's a shame to see her go. She was in fine form, playing really well, looked really comfortable, and I think deserved to get into the milestone of a half century. But fantastic work from Amy Campbell, and there's been some brilliant fielding from Yorkshire. On one side you've got Alice Clark, who's been a bit of a brick wall, and then Amy Campbell with a splendid run out.
Well, at least with the two batters crossing, that does mean that Trudy Johnson, who makes her way in at 10, will be at the non-striker's end. At least Katie Levick to come in at 11. Trying to show a little bit of guidance there through point. They will actually come through for the single. Bit of hesitancy, understandably so. That will bring Trudy Johnson to the crease. Not necessarily setting the field as aggressively. Still do have the field is close enough catching on the off on the leg side, and it gives Johnson the room to get off the mark. A nice little push through into the covers. Run well taken, backward of point from Abby Glenn. It will end the over. There's 7 runs from it, but importantly, the run-out wicket of Grace Thompson. It puts Durham to 126 for 8, and it gives us a chance as well, Polly, to welcome a guest into the commentary box. Former World Cup winner, Jill Smith.
Hi both of you. Thanks. Good to see you both again. Thanks for having me.
It's brilliant to be able to see some cricket this week, like last time you were here with the both of us. And as the cricket's going on, we're also going to have a little chat to you about your book, which is very exciting. And so before we have a change of bowling, tell us a little bit about your book and just a little brief summary.
Absolutely. So 2 books currently out there: What Cricket Means to Me and What Yorkshire Cricket Means to Me. Quickly put together photographs of lots of individuals who've played or been involved in cricket, and 300 words what cricket means to me.
As Maddie Ward is the change of bowler from the Lumley end, nudged into the leg side by Abby Glenn, and they'll scamper through for 1. And so it's a fantastic idea, because I think everyone that's connected to cricket has some sort of story. There's someone who got them into it, or everyone has their own route into cricket. And so kind of what was your inspiration behind coming up with the idea for this, as Maddie Ward continues here, and that's played defensively for no run?
I think it's exactly that, Polly. Everybody's got a little story. We've all got a cricket community, family, and just being able to share some of that.
Ward in again, worked into the leg side behind square, and they'll take a single.
And everybody's story is a little bit different and has a little different meaning to it, and a lot of depth to some of the stories as well, about confidence, mental health, all those sorts of things, which are inspiration for other people as well.
Ward from the Lumley end. It will be a dot ball. And in terms of the stories that you tell in these books, are there any that kind of come to mind as quite unique that you'd be happy to share to give people a little taster as Ward continues her over? This one's been pushed away nicely by Abby Glenn, will be cut off by Erin Thomas. Will just be one.
I think that the one that strikes me quite strongly is Gillian Houghton, who played walking cricket for Harrogate, who had a diagnosis of Parkinson's and said after that diagnosis.
Ward with a bright orange shoes as this one's defended. Trudy Johnson leaning over the ball to wrap up the over. So 32 overs gone, 129 for 8.
So yes, Gillian said she found herself in a dark place and heard on TMS that was walking cricket, and she thought that might be something that might just bring her around from the feelings that she had at the time. So she joined it, and walking cricket is a bit like New Thorpe's bat and chat. Go along, have a little game, play the game as it's meant to be played, but have a nice cup of coffee and a chat afterwards as well, which is what we all do, isn't it? We all, 20 overs, 50 overs, we all go into the bar or the team room afterwards.
Innes Blackwell back to work. Abby Glenn carving away for the single. I don't think there's any cricketer on the face of the planet that isn't one to look forward to the tea break and have a little bit of the scrutiny about what's been brought. And
absolutely. And I think those kind of stories about how, Gillian says cricket saved her life in the book, and there's many similar stories.
You mentioned as well about some of the different sort of stories and unique pathways into cricket for people. Obviously, nowadays for those of mine and Polly's generation, starting to get into cricket and have it outreach more to us for social media and such, which has been such a blessing and a curse, I think it's fair to say, to many cricketers as time has gone on. Lovely drive on the up there from Johnson, a little bit of width.
I think that's a beautiful thing, that there are so many routes into cricket, and for all ages, for women, for men, for people with disabilities. Last year, as part of the project, I went to Lords to the Disability Day, met a couple of blind cricketers, phenomenal people, But at the same time, Mr. Starmer decided on a little social media ban for under 16-year-olds yesterday, didn't he, if it does come into place. And, to hear things like Sophie Eccleston coming back from Australia last year under the threat of, death threats for performance issues, I think that's where we have to take a check.
Oh, got it! Full, straight and gone. Innes Blackwell has her second wicket. It's the 9th to fall for Durham. And the Yorkshire bowling has been absolutely phenomenal throughout the day. Abby Glenn gone for 8. And that's 9 down now for Durham.
It's been spin mostly successful today, but Innes Blackwell with 2 wickets. The 17-year-old has really shone, and Durham are very much in trouble. 9 wickets down, 131 for 9, with just over 17 overs that they'll be trying to see out. And it will be Katie Levick to come to the crease. But yeah, Jill, I wanted to chat about the the proceeds and where they're being donated, because there are some fantastic charities that are being supported through this book.
So the Yorkshire book is raising funds for the Yorkshire Players Association, and the national book is for the Cricketers Trust. Both do very similar things around supporting people that have fallen on hard times. The average cricketer's career is up until 26 years old, and a few have lost their cricketing role, and need a little bit of a leg up, as well as doing lots around disability cricket, supporting people with mental health issues. We just mentioned Sophie Eccleston there, coming back from Australia and feeling in a very dark place. Amy Campbell is on the Cricketers Trust website. Amy, with that fantastic run out earlier, as a Yorkshire girl here, she's had some support from the Cricketers Trust. For it's a hard old world out there for women's professional cricketers now. You're scrutinised. Even this body shaming in women's cricket, it's ridiculous. But it's great that these charities do these things to make sure that our cricket family is looked after.
As Maddie Ward is back into the attack for Yorkshire, and we'll start with a dot. And in terms of how Yorkshire are doing today, what have you thought so far?
Well, it is interesting how you mentioned that slow bowling spin has been really accurate.
Ward in, and that's worked into the leg side, backward of square. Johnson coming through for a single.
And, the game has moved on phenomenally, but today has really resonated with me about accuracy, frustration, tying the batters down so that they play a rash shot or take a rash run.
Ward in once again, and that's played straight back to her by Levick.
And I think that's what's happened today. I think there's been some desperately accurate bowling from Glenn and Cooper and Jonathan.
Ward in, and has been pushed away by Katie Levick, who will get off the mark with a single. Durham 133 for 9.
And of course, back when I played, we didn't play T20 cricket at county level, and I think the transition is really hard, especially when you're going from one to the other quite quickly.
Ward in, and that's been hoiked away by Trudy Johnson. It's racing towards the boundary. Two fielders in pursuit, but it will be a 4. Moves Durham to 137.
Couple of balls have really kept low as well. There's been some really Sarah Glenn, not long after I arrived this morning, took a wicket that kept really low, and you should never look at a wicket until both sides have batted on it.
Johnson still on strike and pushes this into the leg side for no run. Yeah, and Yorkshire have the likes of Innes Blackwell coming through the ranks, who's been a really exciting player to keep an eye on. We were saying she is 17, but she also has just turned 17.
Yeah.
So very much a young player, but has really held her own in the tournament so far.
Absolutely. And, it's fantastic to see girls of that age, young women getting into the game like that. And we often forget when we're watching Alice Capsey at England level, don't we, that she's not... I think she's 21
she's 21
now,
yeah.
And she started at 16. So we think that Alice is an old, older player, and actually she's still very young. And she admits herself she's still learning a lot about the game, and I'm sure Innes will do much the same for Yorkshire as well.
Out there bowling with an utmost sense of confidence as well, and that's difficult to do, especially when you've first 2 overs of the game that she bowled, she got hit for 12.
Right.
But still bouncing back the next over, taking a very neat caught and bowled off the Durham keeper Mia Rogers. That one a bit fuller, not too dissimilar to the ball that dismissed Abby Glenn just a couple of moments ago.
I think as well, from what I've seen of Innes so far, she doesn't feel she has to show her whole repertoire. We do get bowlers nowadays that I've got to show every ball I can bowl. Oof.
Bit of width there, hammered away. but there is cover out on the offside boundary deep, so despite the glorious sound off the bat, it will only get the one for Katie Levick.
And I'm sure you've been keeping your eye on the T20 World Cup, which started on Friday. What have you made of the competition so far? The games are coming thick and fast.
They are, and a couple of shocks already. I think the game has moved on tremendously, and it wouldn't be fair not to say that back in when I played, it was particularly Australia, New Zealand, England, and India. But watching Sri Lanka take New Zealand last night, they've come on leaps and bounds. Just watch this.
Bit of width again there on offer. Johnson again happy to push that to Maddie Ward on that offside boundary.
And I think the standards of the different teams has really come along. There's been a lot of investment in all of the nations, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see another couple of surprises in a few more matches. Ireland caused a little bit of a hiccup for England last night.
Oh, that one's up, but going to fall short of Alice Clark. Would have taken a lot for her to get there as that ball dropped down.
Yeah, there have been a couple of interesting moments. I think Scotland have come a long way. The fact they absolutely thrashed Ireland, you really wouldn't have seen that coming a couple of years ago. And a couple of Yorkshire players in there as well. Yep. Hannah Rainey called up last minute as well.
Another full delivery against Levick is driven down to mid-off.
So I think that England-Scotland game at Headingley on Saturday will be very exciting.
I'm at Headingley on Saturday night, and I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, you've got to, if you're going to win a World Cup, you've got to win all your games, or you've got to play well, win your games, be confident. And I thought England looked in great shape against Sri Lanka in the opening game. I mean, fantastic, over 200 score. Looked a little bit rocky last night. Maybe he's bit of foot off the pedal, we've done enough with the ball, but you still got to do that with the bat. But it promises to be a really good game on Saturday night at Headingley.
Maddie Ward continuing from the Lumley end. This one's chipped up and bounces just before Jess Woolston.
I think the support for the competition as well has been incredible. The attendance numbers have been great. I think Sky Sports recently this morning posting a graphic saying 3.3 million people tuning in to the first few games of the coverage.
I didn't see that. That's incredible. Amazing.
Ward in again, and that's defended for no run. Yeah, I was at India-Pakistan at Edgbaston, which was the best atmosphere I've ever experienced at a women's cricket game. I was there 4 years ago for India-Pakistan in the Commonwealth Games, as Ward is in, worked into the leg side, will be a single. And the atmosphere was great then, and I thought, oh, this is brilliant. But 4 years later, there were just, everyone was wearing either an India or Pakistan shirt, and I thought that it made the atmosphere incredible. I was saying every time India hit a single, it was like they'd won the World Cup. The way the crowd reacted on their feet, but it was such a friendly atmosphere. It was so vibrant. I went and sat in the Hollies for a bit, and I was just having the best time.
Absolutely.
It was unbelievable. Ward in once again. There'll be no run.
Two nations just so passionate about their cricket.
Yeah.
But like you say, what I love about cricket, and what comes out in the book again as well, is just that passion, but that family. You don't have to be from a particular nation. You can be from any nation. You don't have to be a particular gender. You can be any gender. It's just that family. Similarly, Polly, I've been at Trent Bridge handing out egg sandwiches to Asian fans, and they've been handing me samosas. And that is just wonderful. That's what I believe, the world, society should be like, that we share the passion for cricket regardless of whatever else.
Yeah, I really felt that at India-Pakistan. The thing I loved about that was we just noticed there were loads of prams. There was a big area where loads of prams were parked. There were loads of babies. There were loads of grandparents.
Right.
And it was such a multi-generational event, really. And that was so lovely to see, and everyone just getting really, really involved. So that was fantastic. But then in the morning you had Bangladesh-Netherlands, and Netherlands making their tournament debut. And you had loads of friends and family all in orange, and they absolutely took over the Wyatt stand at Edgbaston and were just amazing. They were great vibes. They were so fun, and again, so passionate. You know, this was such a special moment for them, seeing their family and friends,
Absolutely.
having, you know, an opportunity that they'd dreamed of, or perhaps not even felt like they could dream of, because it felt so far away. But yeah, it's felt like such a good World Cup so far. Really brilliant. Durham 143 for 9 against Yorkshire, and Sarah Glenn is returning.
First ball deposited through square leg. Can't quite pick the gap between the two that are patrolling the boundary out there. So Trudy Johnson will just take the single. Has stormed up to 11 of 15 so far.
Isn't it great that we're talking about that, and we're 5 days in, something like that, into the World Cup. We've got another 3 weeks to go. More exciting times ahead, more great games ahead, more great spirit ahead.
Felt like that stayed really low.
Up on the back foot and through. The initial dive might pipe it all the way through as well. Good chase on there. Down at the wide long off. They make their way back for 2.
So importantly, Jill, if people have listened to this and thought, I fancy getting that book, where can they find it?
So
Or
it's
but either of the
available
books.
online. Google what cricket means to me, and the website comes up with both books available on there. Plenty of people in there that, like these women here today, playing on the county stage, the world stage. But importantly, lots of people who've been administrators, scorers, umpires, all levels of cricket in there, and what cricket means to them. And we managed to get Yorkshire people to buy quite a number of copies at Scarborough this weekend. So stocks are starting to run low of the Yorkshire book, but we're on reprint number 3 already. So it can't be all bad. But if people could find it in their way to buy a copy, like Polly said, every single penny of the funds goes to the Yorkshire Players Association and the Cricketers Trust, because we've been sponsored by NFU Mutual for all printing costs for the books, which has been fantastic.
Amazing.
Thank
Yeah,
you
that's
for the
brilliant.
opportunity to share that. Thank you.
Of course. And what I'm hearing is you'd be a really good person if you buy the book. You're donating to charity. You also get something great out of it, reading these incredible stories. And hopefully it means that you can do more of this in the future and
Absolutely.
make more books, because there are so many stories to be told.
Absolutely.
As Jess Jonason's back into the attack, 2 overs remain for her. Durham 147 for 9.
I was at some of the disability cricket at Kibworth a couple of weeks ago.
Jonason through action again.
The Tridents, the Black Cats, and it's phenomenal watching guys, as it is actually predominantly at the moment, just playing their cricket, and they get supported by these trusts, and Yorkshire support their own disability cricket as well.
Hoiked away by Katie Levick. We'll find Claudie Cooper out on the boundary on the leg side. $148 for 9. Defensive from Johnson. Maybe a little word on Jess Jonason. The fact Yorkshire have managed to secure her for 3 years. She's such a handy overseas player.
Absolutely. I mean, she's been central to the team this year. That shift up from tier 2 to tier 1 was never going to be, a piece of cake, but Jess has helped them just consolidate a little bit, and to be able to secure her talents for another 2 years is fantastic.
Jonathan in, there's a shout. The umpire's not moving. Yorkshire looked pretty confident they'll be keen for this final wicket.
And the value of her experience is just essential in a, we've just talked about Innes Blackwell. For her to have the experience and the advice and guidance of Jess will be great for her career going forward as well.
Durham 149 for 9 with 12 overs remaining.
This will be the last over for Sarah Glenn as well. A 10th and final over. What a performance it's been from her. 3 for 40. Chipped up and to Amy Campbell on a bounce.
I was very fortunate to have Jane Powell, the recent Yorkshire president, to be captain of the Yorkshire side when I first started, and that experience makes a heck of a difference. In all aspects of the game, playing and how to behave around the game as well.
Yeah, and almost also part of it to give you that confidence or sometimes reassurance to actually still be in the game as well.
Absolutely.
So that one's defended down. I know for myself personally, I'm very fortunate to be able to do this, and this be my third season, second full season with the club to do so. But there's a couple of those moments where you have that imposter syndrome-esque feeling of, how am I here? I'm what am I doing?
Exactly that. Cricket has an amazing ability to turn you from hero to zero very quickly, or the other way around. You can take 3 for 10 one day and 0 for 57 the next day, and you do need that arm round your shoulder, and that's, again, pretty much cricket family stuff.
Sarah Glenn with a really tidy over here for her last of the day. What will be the end of the 39th over? So Durham still with 11 overs to work with to try and pile on as many runs as possible. And fittingly, Sarah Glenn's last over is a maiden over today. She will finish on numbers of 3 for 40 with 2 maidens, going at pretty much exactly 4 runs and over on the economy rate, and keeping Durham at 149 for 9.
With stubborn batting by Trudy Johnson as well, seeing out the over.
Durham have really dug in, haven't they, to put some runs on the board at the end here. Some decent little partnerships.
Jess Jonathan to bowl her final over. So far 2 for 17, including 2 maidens. An economy of less than 2 at the moment. Katie Levick on strike, 8 from 20. Jonathan in, and that's played straight back to her. Lauren Winfield Hill is just coming down the wicket to have a chat with Jonathan.
Yeah, I have a funny feeling there might be just an unspoken word between Johnson and Levick of, right, let's just see out Sarah Glenn and Jess Jonathan, and then the last 10 overs we can really try and have a crack.
Straight back to Jonathan again. 3 dots so far. Tossed up by Jonathan, and Levick prods that away. Will push through for 1. 150 up for Durham. It's been a hard fought 150. And with 1 wicket remaining, that potentially is the last big milestone they reach in this innings. Trudy Johnson on strike, 12 from 24 as Jonason's in again, and Johnson leans forward over the ball to block it into the ground. Final ball of the over and of Jonason's spell, and she'll finish with a dot in classic Jess Jonason fashion as we've seen today. 1 from the over, 40 overs gone, 10 remain, 150 for 9.
And we'll get a very well-deserved round of applause there for Jess Jonason, even though Sarah Glenn's been the one to take the lion's share of the wickets with 3. Jonason's work, particularly from that Lumley end, is not going to be understated for Yorkshire's performance here.
Absolutely. They've kept it tight. Jonason, Glenn, Cooper. But like I said, these lower order Durham batters have done extremely well to be patient, look for the runs, just wait for the bad ball, not try and force the bad ball, and have come up with a good few runs to make Yorkshire think a little bit for their innings.
Yeah, this partnership between Trudy Johnson and Katie Levick is up to 19 at the moment. That's equaling, I think, the 4th highest partnership of the match so far. That's a glorious drive down the ground from Katie Levick. And there was that little unspoken word potentially between Johnson and Levick coming into play. Let's get through the last couple of overs of Sarah Glenn and Jess Jonason. And then first ball, Claudia Cooper back into the attack. Driven straight back down the ground for 4. Oh, good stop. Very neat stop at short mid wicket. Amy Campbell there getting involved once again. And now straight through mid wicket. There is defence out there in the form of Erin Thomas, so Katie Levick will only get the 1. We mentioned at the top of the show about obviously the run of form that Yorkshire are in at the moment in the One Day Cup, or the lack of form, I suppose you should say on paper, but those games and those defeats haven't been heavy defeats, and I think Yorkshire here are again showcasing that there is some real power and potential in this lineup.
Absolutely. Like I said a few minutes ago, just that step up and consolidate into Tier 1. But I was just talking to the batting coach Kevin Sharp this morning, and there's just going to be a little bit more pressure on places, I think, in the future. There's been a good development programme behind the scenes, and the signings that have come in, the Clarks come in now as well from Lancashire, just strengthening that team a little bit. And like you say, they've not been hundreds of runs defeats, they've been tens of runs defeats, and the girls will take a lot of credit from that, from coming up from Tier 2 last year. And it's also a bigger stage for them, and learning those pressures and a bit more about the total professionalism of women's cricket will be good for them going forward into next season as well. Still a long way to go in this season. Like I say, I do find it really strange that 20 over, 50 over, the changeover is so quick compared to, I think, in the men's game.
Maddie Ward is back from the Lumley end, starts with a dot. Yeah, it's chopping and changing quite quickly, because it's also like they don't have that many one-day cup games before we suddenly go back to the T20s.
Yeah.
So I think there are maybe 2 or 3 rounds of the one-day cup as that's been hoiked down the ground on the leg side by Trudy Johnson just for a single.
I don't know what you think, guys, but I feel now that the money that comes with the 100, the 100 takes the focus, and we kind of fit everything else around there a little bit, really.
Ward in, that's been chipped up in the air, should be taken, and is dropped. In fact, I don't think she even gets a hand to it. She can't quite believe it. It was horribly misjudged. It went high up in the air, and that should have been the end of the innings. But looked a good maybe 30 centimetres away from it, as that's nudged into the leg side for no run. I'm not quite sure how that went so wrong.
Yeah, you got it spot on, Polly. I think she just completely misjudges it off the flight.
Ward in again. Edge off the bat into the leg side, fielded by Amy Campbell.
I think the international women are going to find it really interesting coming off the T20 World Cup, going into a test match at Lord's, and then some of them coming out into the 100. It's going to be...
It's been slapped away by Katie Levick. Will be cut off by Claudie Cooper. But a decent shot from Levick, who moves to 15. Durham 158 for 9 after 42. Yeah, it is an absolutely hectic summer, and to have a test match at Lord's 5 days after the final, where you'd hope England will be there, the players will be absolutely knackered. I suspect there may be some changes for that test match side, but you also want it to be a real kind of showcase and statement event, and so if you're not putting out kind of your best team,
absolutely,
England have kind of got to weigh up that situation.
Test cricket in the women's game is so lacking nowadays. We don't get enough of it. I used to love a test match when I played, and I want the women of today to have that experience, because it is a very different experience.
Cooper in and immediately sent over the top of mid-wicket. Won't find the boundary rope though. Erin Thomas coming around to do the fielding.
And I'm hopeful that we will see more Test cricket in the future, as well as these fantastic events like the T20 World Cup and the 100 matches through the summer.
Nice drive through the covers there from Johnson. So to just rotate the strike between the two at the moment. This partnership now up to 29. So really building, and Durham digging their heels in. Appeal from Winfield Hill behind the stumps that Levick got something to that on the way through. She was the only one that really went up though. Now steps away, gives herself room through the leg side and gets all the way there for Katie Levick. Long chase all the way around from long leg. I think that's Sarah Glenn that's back there. She just can't quite keep it away. Levick 4 more.
Some beautiful shots from Katie Levick. The straight drive down the ground that you mentioned a few minutes ago, Ben, and that shot there for a county number 11. Wow, yeah.
This time a little chipped on the ground, but can't beat Campbell. Yeah, I thought the same of Grace Thompson as well at number 8. She played some really lovely shots. Some of them maybe not necessarily getting the full reward of what the execution at the very least deserved. That one's a little bit more leg side. Helped around the corner. Does get a little bit of bat on it.
I do think Grace Thompson coming in at 8 is a little bit deceiving, because she is a very, very capable batter. In fact, I think last season, just before she made her debut for Durham, she had scored a century for the academy. And so that was kind of my first impression of her, is, okay, she's a brilliant tall bowler, but she can also bat. And she's done that for Durham on a number of occasions, and really nice technique as well. But yeah, when she came out and whacked that 6, I thought, okay, I see what she's doing here. Maddie Ward, 4 overs so far. She has her hands on her head, and Levick will come through for a bye.
That's a credit to the coaches of today, that the women's skills You don't get to number 7 and think job done. You've got to keep fighting and turn that screw on them.
Ward in again, blocked by Johnson.
And that's been such a progression through the modern era of cricket nowadays, is that you need to have basically a full 11 as capable to bat.
Absolutely. Proving all-round skills. I was just saying last night, no need to panic yet when Danny Gibson was out. England have still got very capable batters all the way down to Ecclestone. Lindsay Smith can hold her own quite capably too. So it is a very good demonstration of the way that the game has come on and the skill levels that need to be achieved at all levels, county level through to international level.
Ward in again, and will be a dot. It's been a good over so far. 167 for 9 at Durham.
And I think the New Zealand fielders might be here to watch the game today, because there's been some great fielding here today as well.
Hit
Some
down the
good
ground
chasing
by Levick to wrap up the over. 168 for 9 after 44. Yeah, the fielding was not good yesterday from New Zealand against Sri Lanka. It's been a bit of their downfall really across the last couple of weeks. We saw it in the England series as well.
See, that I think that's what pressure builds, Polly, is scrutiny, media coverage. We've lost our first game. We're under pressure. And I think they looked tense. The shoulders were up, as if they weren't really, if they were more relaxed, I think those catches would have gone and they would have been obviously in a better position. But again, that's what the pressure and that scrutiny brings.
Innes Blackwell back into the attack. She's got 3 more overs that she's going to be able to bowl. So whether this will be her bowling out now from the Finkel end. Claudie Cooper's got 3 more overs as well. Beth Langston 5 and Maddie Ward 5 as well. Speaking of pressure, this partnership continuing to build for this 10th and final wicket. It's up to 38 between Trudy Johnson and Katie Levick. That's just 2 shy of Marlowe and Thompson, which is the highest Durham partnership of the game so far for that 7th wicket stand. That's width and punished by Trudy Johnson. That's a really, really glorious shot. Maybe a little bit of a slight mistake ball there from Innes Blackwell, and it got what it deserved and puts Durham 4 more onto the board.
Yeah, Durham looked like they could see out these overs. And going from the amount of dots as well, they're well ahead of the cut-off.
Oh, now goes down the ground. Good fielding there at mid-off, or mid-on I should say. That's Beth Langston. Here is that showcase of some of the fielding prowess that Yorkshire have had. I've been particularly impressed by Alice Clark in the field out there. She's been really, really good. Half a shout, but Levick had taken the step across.
Now fielding very, very valuable part of the game, like you say, Clark has fielded out well. I thought Amy Campbell's taken some hand stingers at short mid-wicket there as well. And if you can save 10 runs, that's 10 runs you don't have to bat for, which was always my favourite thing. I don't have to get those 10 then.
Shorter, maybe a little slower from Innes Blackwell there. Levick picked it up nicely and carves it away for the single. That's the end of the over. 7 more runs piled on. Durham up to 175 for 9. 5 overs left to bat.
Durham really have dug deep. I'm very impressed with the way that they've brought themselves back round from what could have been a well below par, sort of even 100-ish, half an hour, 45 minutes ago. But they've really come up and set Yorkshire a challenge now.
Ward into her 6th over. It's been worked away into the leg side for a single. Yeah, I think, before the halfway stage when they were 64 for 6 and Bess Heath had just gone, you thought, this could be over quite quickly. This could be a pretty low total. But this final pairing has been pretty stubborn and have scored quite a few runs along the way too. Ward at the top of her mark, and this one hooked into the leg side, but straight to Amy Campbell. 176 for 9. Johnson places down the ground to mid-on.
Says a lot about mental skills as well. It's not just all about the capability, it's about thinking about where the game stage is at and what's required of me.
Driven back just behind Ward. I think that's a great point, because as well for Johnson and Levitt coming in, they know this isn't their main skill, but actually they understand that they do have quite an important job to do for their team, and that's been clubbed away by Katie Levick just for the one. And yeah, when you're the team who's being kind of beaten down, and you've got Yorkshire who are happy, they're confident, they've had a great start to the game, to be able to really resist that and try and counteract that, I think has been really brilliant from Durham. Pushed away by Johnson, who will run through for 1.
Lots of common sense, no rash moments, riding a bit of luck as well, that catch from Maddie Ward, but dig deep, chat, having a little chat out there now. Let's keep going, we've still got 5 to go, even at a run a ball. That's still a great score.
You'll be probably unsurprised to hear that for Trudy Johnson and Katie Levick, both individually, this is their highest scores of the competition this season so far. Levick previously a 4 highest, and Johnson 18. Will add an extra to this current total for herself. She'll move on to 24.
We haven't seen that many shots in the air, have we? We've had quite a lot of shots on the ground, just picking out our play. I mean, England last night were hitting to the fielders all the time. They've shown some great shape in just picking singles through the gaps. And she hits that one to a fielder. Cricket has that way of doing that to you, doesn't it?
But it was a really lovely shot.
It was a lovely shot. It was a lovely shot.
Stepping back, going with a punch, lovely sound off the bat. For a fact now the next ball will be an outside edge that will run down to 3rd for 4. As it's up in the air and put down by Alice Clark.
Of all the fielders.
Exactly, as we've been praising her so much. That is the 50 partnership as well between Trudy Johnson and Katie Levick. That has been some final stand, just shy of 40 minutes. It very well could have ended right there as well if Alice Clark just been able to let that stick. That's up in the air. Chance for redemption for Clark. That drops too short. It's all happening in these last 4 overs.
I think we're just having a breathe again moment down there and just reset.
Yeah, front foot defensive on the last 2 shots. Or cannon into the pads. Very muted appeal from Lauren Winfield Hill. last ball of the over. Innes Black will have one more over to bowl in this game if Lauren Winfield Hill so chooses to utilise it. And it's a nice little soft drive to Alice Clark, who will maybe feel a little bit aggrieved with herself. The innings isn't over with that sharp drop catch opportunity. But nonetheless, she's got to pick herself up, as do the rest of Yorkshire, to see out this last 3 overs. Durham 181 for 9.
I said that we'd keep people updated with the scores in the One Day Cup, and I have some quite dramatic news about Warwickshire, who I said were absolutely cruising along, and they were. They were 151 for 2 after 26, and then were 160 all out.
Wow.
So that's been hit into the leg side. Maddie Ward bowling. So, yeah, quite dramatic stuff happening down by the seaside in Exmouth. Yeah, I don't know how Warwickshire explained that one. Ward in, and it's been played back behind the bowler. So in terms of not very stubborn batting and trying to see out the overs, so yeah, that innings was wrapped up in 33 overs. And then at Blackpool, Lancashire are 186 for 5 after 40, and Essex 188 for 6 after 40 against Hampshire. Ward in, coming around the wicket this time, and a run through for a single, 182 for 9. And then at Headingley, Australia have beat Bangladesh by 9 wickets, chased that total of 78 down in 9.3 overs. So an easy win for Australia in the T20 World Cup, as that's prodded back to Ward.
I'll tell you what, at the end of this over, we'll go back to that Warwickshire game, because the scorecard is unbelievable.
Ward in, there's an appeal. Rap Johnson on the pads, but not out. 182 for 9. Straight down the ground for a single to wrap up the over. So 48 overs gone, 2 overs remain, 183 for 9.
Yeah, so that game down at Exmouth, we mentioned a couple of moments ago about Amritsar and Kumar making 58, Georgia Redmayne, the keeper, 32, Katie George, 31, and thinking everything's going pretty rosy. Then from batters 5 down to 11, they managed to put on just 3 runs. Abigail Freeborn for 2 and Georgia Davis, the skipper, for 1. There were 4 ducks in that innings, with Phoebe Brett the 5th to score 0 but not out on 0. So that is some batting collapse, as that is in the air, will drop short of long on.
Warwickshire do have a lot of batting depth, which makes this kind of slightly even more puzzling. But yeah, there were 4 wicket hauls for Liv Barnes and Lola Harris, 2 young players in that Somerset side.
Stepping away, and a behind the back return there from Clark to Lauren Winfield Hill. Did enough to dissuade Katie Levick from running away for the quick single. We'll have a little bit of ingenuity in the field. The amount of times we'll see the cheeky little side foot pass to try and go for the run out. That's fuller and slower over the top of the head of Blackwell. Langston comes around from long on to stop that from going over the rope. And Durham, 15 away from getting 200 up here. With 9 more balls left to see. Full toss. Sent away through the leg side. And it's kept in front there with fielding. coming around from long leg.
Tell you what I find interesting is, in other sports, we would have allowed a little regroup of some type. Maybe a little finger injury would have allowed Yorkshire just to pull together, have a regroup, have a think about how we're going to get these two out. And I think I don't want to take anything away from these two lower order batters. I think they've performed exceptionally. I really do. But we've seen it in football, haven't we, when the goalkeeper has a little lie down, needs a bit of a sponge round the back of the neck. But Yorkshire haven't used an opportunity to just have a regroup and a think about what their target is.
Swatted down the ground, going through for a quick single there from Trudy Johnson. Good and brave running to close that over and to close the spell as well for Innes Blackwell. 2 for 42 off her 10 overs. Not a bad outing by any stretch of the imagination from the youngster. One more over to go, and Durham 188 for 9.
Yeah, I believe Katie Levick is on the verge of her highest list A score with the bat. But it's been a really gritty performance from these two, and I really didn't think we'd see Durham seeing out their overs. But into the final over with Maddie Ward, 0 for 21 from her 7 overs. It's been chipped up in the air by Johnson. It'll be cut off just before the boundary, but they're pushing for 2 and comfortably run 2 in the end.
Yeah, you mentioned list A highest there, Polly. This is already, by quite some margin, Katie Levick's highest list A score for Durham, at the very least. Previous was 9 not out against Lancashire last year.
Ward in again. Turned into the leg side for a single. Keen for a second, but they'll stick with a single. Yeah, I think 30 not out is her highest list A score, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure Hypercourse on Twitter will correct me if that's wrong. Levick chips this up in the air and will be cut off just before the boundary, but she pushes for 2, which takes her to 31 not out. This is brilliant batting, particularly from Levick, I think, holding her own in this situation.
Three more balls, 7 more runs.
Straight back to Ward, and that'll be gone. 193 all out. Maddie Ward taking the final wicket. And Durham just about fall short of seeing out their 50 overs, but they've done a fantastic job of getting so close to that. They looked miles off when they were 64 for 6 after 18. And it's been a really strong partnership between Katie Levick and Trudy Johnson at the end here. And Katie Levick caught and bowled by Maddie Ward, 431. But our highest list A score for Katie Levick, and Durham put on a total which they can actually have a bit of a bowl at. And as we say, we don't know whether maybe the pitch is difficult to play on, a little bit difficult with batting. We'll have to wait to see Yorkshire bat, but Yorkshire will be chasing 194 to win in the Metrobank One Day Cup here at Chestler Street.
Yeah, what a performance from Durham's batters. The 7th and 10th wicket stands. Definitely the stands out with the bat. But with the bowling, Sarah Glenn with 3 wickets. Jess Jonathan, I think, for me, she's going to be the pick of the bowlers. Even though she's picked up the 2 wickets, an economy of under 2 and over, holding that Lumley end down in those middle innings. It's going to make a really intriguing chase, though. 194, that's going to be the number that Yorkshire will be aiming at in about 20 or so minutes' time. Jill Smith, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be with you guys. You're consummate professionals, and it's brilliant to have the opportunity to be with you. So thank you for the opportunity. I've thoroughly enjoyed it.
Amazing. Well, we'll see you in about 20 minutes' time or so with the Yorkshire Run Chase here in the Women's Metro Bank One Day Cup. Well, welcome back to the Banks Homes Riverside for the second portion of today's Metrobank One Day Women's Cup game between Durham and Yorkshire. If you're just joining us, Durham were bowled all out for 193 in 49.4 overs, but that in and of itself doesn't necessarily tell the full story of the tape, because at the 18th over, Durham was 64 for 6 after having lost wickets in multiple overs throughout that stage. But a 7th wicket stand from Emma Marlowe and Grace Thompson of 40 runs, and then a 10th wicket stand of 32 and 31, 62 runs between Trudy Johnson and Katie Levick have given Durham a bit of a platform and at least something to bowl at against this Yorkshire side. The sky is brightening up here in Chester Street, and here to take you through the second half of today's One Day Cup action, myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, and Polly Starkey.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting one to see how this plays out, and I just thought Durham was so stubborn towards the end and batted really well, in fact, to kind of get to the total they did. It looked really bleak from being 6 wickets down, and even when there were 9 wickets down, it looked like it could be wrapped up a lot quicker than it was eventually, and just had a few balls remaining of that innings. But you've got 2 fantastic batters who are coming to the crease for Yorkshire, and a strong batting lineup ahead too. So it'll be interesting to see if Durham can give this a good crack and try and reduce Yorkshire quickly, because I suspect that's what they'll be needing to do if they want to have a chance at winning this game.
Yeah, there was very much a possibility when we were looking in those middle innings and middle overs for Durham that they could have been all out below 100. So it will be Trudy Johnson that looks like is going to be opening the bowling, as opposed to Grace Thompson, who had the ball in hand for just a moment there. It'll be Lauren Winfield Hill that will face the first delivery. And she's partnered by Amy Campbell, who was one of the standouts in the field for Yorkshire. Winfield Hill prepares herself ready. No slips in play. Squared up, but runs off the first ball of the chase.
Yorkshire will be keen to chase this down quickly. They came up here last week just to sit in the rain, so coming back up again, searching for victory.
Yeah, and also looking to put right the draw from a few weeks ago over in Scarborough. Both teams only been able to find 290. I say only 290 each. The last ball of the game. That was pushed into the covers. Holly Armitage doing the fielding. Oh, half a shout. That one cannons into the pads. Yorker length. Third ball up there from Trudy Johnson.
The required run rate just below 4 for Yorkshire.
That one's going to be helped around the corner, and it's a completely vacant third area. First boundary of the day for Yorkshire. will be off the bat of Amy Campbell.
Yeah, good shot using, as you say, a very vacant area. Huge part of the pitch unoccupied.
You mentioned that run rate required. Yorkshire are not going to be necessarily in any hurry. That one is clubbed over the top of mid-wicket. There is coverage on the deep square leg boundary. Amy Campbell will make her way back for 2. As I say, they won't feel hurried. We've already seen 7 runs off this first over.
Emily Windsor's always pretty good at patrolling that boundary. Often has to work quite hard out there. Often very busy.
For the last ball of the over, a couple of changes really reinforcing the covers in the offside. And it's going down towards long on, down to a knee for Amy Campbell. 1 bounce and 4. And a really strong statement start for Yorkshire with the bat. 11 off the first over. Yorkshire 11 without loss.
It's pretty clear what Yorkshire's intentions are here, and a mighty start from Yorkshire. Amy Campbell, the main person behind that. 10 from 5. A good right-hand, left-hand combination to open the batting for Yorkshire, with the powerful Jess Jonathan to come. Maddie Villiers is going to open from the Lumley end, so combination of seam at one end and spin at the other. We saw how successful spin was earlier on in the first innings, with Sarah Glenn and Jess Jonathan the key wicket takers for Yorkshire. Lauren Winfield-Hill on strike, who defends that for no run. Just playing herself into the game. Interestingly, no team batted out their 50 overs. Well, Lancashire did bat out their 50 overs, but were all out from the final ball, as there'll be a single taken. Essex were 1 over short. They were all out for 245. Lancashire out for 239. And of course, famously, Warwickshire out for 160 after they were 152 for 2. Quite the collapse down in Exmouth. But if it's over early, a nice trip to the beach, get an ice cream. Can think of worse places to have the game wrap up quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Take a trip down to the arcades. There are arcades in Exmouth? Surely.
Possibly. I think it's quite posh. I don't know. Exmouth, it sounds posh. So Villiers in again, and this one's pushed away by Amy Campbell. Will rotate the strike.
Nowhere's too good for an arcade,
No,
especially on the beach side. I love a beachside arcade. I was born down in Chelmsford in Essex, and quite often we'd go to Southend on Sea when I was a kid. The amount of arcades they had there. Oh, heaven. Ooh.
This is dabbed nicely by Winfield-Hill. Racing down to third, but will be stopped by Trudy Johnson. They do come back for 2.
Yeah, strong early intent shown here from Yorkshire. The run rate already up to 9.
I'm happy to confirm Exmouth do have arcades. They've also got crazy golf.
Oh,
All sorts of. This one played back to Villiers, but beats her hand, and the whole jog through for 1. Yeah, apparently they're brand new.
Oh.
They've revamped it.
Even better.
I mean, I don't work for the Exmouth Tourist Board, but
You've
they'd
sold
like
me,
to,
Polly. Crack the can van out.
It's been punched away by Amy Campbell. Beats the fielder inside the ring. Will just be 1 though. 17 without loss. And that wraps up the over. So 2 overs gone, 17 without loss, and Yorkshire are finding a nice rhythm here.
Yeah, comparatively, as Durham kicked off their innings at 10:30 this morning. At the end of the second over, they were 8 without loss, picking 4 off the first 2 overs. So already getting quite a handy lead on the old worm graph. And somehow, Durham are going to have to find a way to try and stem that momentum. As we keep going like this, 177 runs in arrears still at the moment. First part of that plan will be Trudy Johnson having a conversation with the skipper, rearranging the field a little bit. The 2 outside the ring, a square on either side of the boundary deep. Ooh, that will not tickle from Trudy Johnson. It is a chance. Admittedly, it's been fired straight back to her. Some venom from Amy Campbell. You see her just shaking away some of the cobwebs there from the right arm.
I think Amy Campbell's the last person you want striking a ball at you. She is so strong, so powerful.
This time goes a little gentler to that fielder on the boundary square on the offside. That's Emma Marlowe. Take the single, and now the field will reconvene for the left-hand, right-hand combination. Happy to just defend into the covers. Lauren Winfield Hill. And the 3rd highest run scorer for Yorkshire in the competition so far this season. 311 runs to her name. It's quite a gap to Innes Blackwell, who's in 4th. Nice drive. Gets through the dive and gets through the gap as well. In the covers, Grace Thompson with a sliding stop. And they'll get just the single from that. You've got Steer Callis, who's in 2nd, of course, away on international duty in the World Cup with the Netherlands. And then someone called Jess Jonathan.
Haven't heard of her.
You know, apparently she's one of the overseas players. Oh, round the wicket, but clubbed up in the air, settling under it, takes the catch. Deep on the square leg boundary. Amy Campbell, who got onto the front foot very, very quickly, is now going to have to go. First wicket falls in the 3rd over. And Yorkshire 19 for 1.
Yeah, and unfortunately I've seen this before quite a lot with Campbell, and she is a powerful batter, but yeah, being caught particularly on the boundary is not something uncommon. So she departs for 13. I believe it's Erin Thomason next for Yorkshire. Part of the England under-19 setup. Played at the under-19 World Cup back in January 2025. Now has just turned 19.
Well, first wicket strikes for Durham, who waited until the 5th over to lose their first wicket. That was the caught and bowled of Mia Rogers. Now Erin Thomas has one more ball to face from this Trudy Johnson over. just played off the pads into mid-wicket to end the over. So a very strong bounce back after 2 pretty explosive overs from the Yorkshire opening pair. First wicket falls. Yorkshire are 19 for 1.
Yeah, Durham doing exactly what they need to do in this situation. Get wickets. I suspect they'll have to bowl Yorkshire all out if they want to find a win. It's just a discussion between Villiers and Armitage, as Villiers is going to continue into second over.
Rebecca Duckworth for Yorkshire just heading back to the bench. Had a little bit of time in the nets.
Worked into the leg side by Winfield Hill. We'll run through for 1. Don't know if you saw Erin Thomas the other week had to do a forfeit. She had lost a fancy Premier League league, and the team got her to go on the pitch with the flag bearers, who mascot, are often children, with the flag during the Vitality Blast, which I thought was brilliant. She seemed to be enjoying herself. So Villiers in, and Thomas drives this, no run on offer.
Yeah, as far as fantasy football forfeits go, I thought
it was quite nice. Yeah, she looked really up for it. Villiers in again. It's defended by Thomas. 20 for 1. Thomas yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, I've heard of some horror fantasy football forfeits at the end of a league. Thomas pulls out a shot. All the way from things like Vegas shotgun weddings, and you got to be locked in a fast food restaurant and eat your way out for 24 hours.
Thomas nudges this into the leg side. We'll take 1. Hesitates about a second, but we'll stay with 1. Yorkshire 21 for 1. Ahead of the required run rate, as this is defended. 173 to win.
Yeah, but considering that run rate was up at 9 in the second over, now shaved down to 5.5.
Villiers with her off spin, and another dot ball to wrap up the over. So 2 from it, another good over from a Durham perspective. 21 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, that opening wicket just slowing Yorkshire down over these next 2 overs. Very good afternoon for those of you that are tuning in and have joined us past the lunch break and the innings change. Had ourselves our little goodie bag. Trudy Johnson gives away the first extra of the Durham bowling innings with a wide. Thomas tempted to follow down the leg side there, but doesn't get enough on it to guide it through. Tamir Rogers with gloves. Played off the pads, backwards a square leg. That'll just be the one. Moves Erin Thomas up to 2 from 5. Winfield Hill 7 off 10 at the moment, so more likely looking to just settle in as these two. driven on the up, but safe pair of hands at short cover. But a wind starting to pick up now here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Caused quite a bit of havoc in the Men's County Championship game over the past weekend. That one looked to keep a little bit low as well. We heard from Jill Smith earlier, who joined us for a brief moment towards the end of Durham's batting innings, that she noticed that one or two had kept a little low on the way through. Tries to step into that drive and carve it through mid-off, but Grace Thompson there. Again, trying to step into the drive, but it only ends up being a push towards point to end the over. Another 2 runs from it. 23 for 1.
Durham starting to control the game a bit more after those hefty 2 overs, and there's going to be a change of bowling already with Katie Levick coming on from the Lumley end. And we saw how successful spin was, and Katie Levick is a serial wicket taker, so it just makes sense bringing her into the attack. Thomas on 2 from 5. Winfield Hill at the non-strikers end, 7 from 15. Thomas defends this. Levick starting with a dot.
Yeah, to call Katie Levick a serial wicket taker in this competition.
Attempted sweep by Erin Thomas. I was frustrating of the umpire because there was a hand movement, but it was towards the pocket, and I thought, oh, the hand's just slowly going up. No, it was towards the pocket. Very deceiving. Levick in and was punched straight to Maddie Villiers by Thomas.
Yeah, it's the old Big Bash nose scratch incident all over again. I remember watching that live.
A shout again. Move towards the pocket. But a brilliant over by Katie Levick so far. Full dots, and 2 of them appeals, wrap on the pads. Hoiked away by Erin Thomas, and it should go for 4. It's just about cut off. That is a brilliant bit of work out in the deep. I think that's Emily Windsor, who, as I said before, is always good at patrolling that area. Thomas this time letting it fall into the leg side. 25 for 1. So another quiet over from a Durham perspective.
Yeah, huge effort that from Emily Windsor out on the square leg boundary. That was absolutely carved away. Did very, very well to save the extra 2. Yorkshire are still floating above the required run rate at the moment. They're travelling at 4.2. It's 3.8. That's the run rate that's required. But these past 4 overs that have only gone for 8, really doing enough at the moment to just frustrate Yorkshire here. And now Durham want to keep the Yorkshire batters trapped on the crease because the helmet has been called for Mia Rogers, and she's going to stand up to the stumps for Trudy Johnson. Driven, lovely sound off the bat. Much like some of the shots played from some of the Durham batters through this morning, the early parts this afternoon, but only finds Armitage. Oh, big full toss there, head height. That'll be a no ball. It's been hooked away as well by Winfield Hill for an extra run. That will be a free hit, signalled as well by the umpire. So Erin Thomas with a chance to tee off. It's short, it's pulled away. There is cover down there though, Heather Graham. It'll just be the single.
As free hits go, that's one of the better results for you as a bowler. Yorkshire 28 for 1.
Again, driven down, slightly spilled by Armitage there, and it's going to go down the ground. Off the arms of the Durham skipper. They'll come back for 2 on that as well. And pierces the gap beautifully from Lauren Winfield Hill. That's a glorious shot. Early contender for one of the shots of the inning, maybe even the shots of the day for Lauren Winfield Hill.
Yeah, lovely bit of cricket, and Yorkshire staying ahead of that run rate. And you know, sometimes you can get a bit caught up in a low total chase, but Yorkshire will just want to be steady here, and they're doing a decent job so far.
Still 2 more balls left in this over as well. That one kept maybe a little lower on Winfield Hill there. Had to hop around a little bit, but turns it into the leg side safely. Just as Durham was starting to level out that run rate to what is required, let's jump back up to just shy of 5 again. Bit fuller, turned off the legs from Winfield Hill. Winfield Hill interested in the second, but Erin Thomas sent her back. Means that she will keep the strike. 10 runs off that over. Very expensive one for Trudy Johnson. Yorkshire up to 35 for 1.
Yeah, there's really not space for fault with the bowling, with it being a lower total. And extras has definitely been an issue that Durham has kind of come across over the last year or so. You know, some of that is having younger bowlers, and it takes time to develop that consistency. But yeah, that's definitely been a weakness for them. Katie Levick is returning, just 2 from her first over. Through to the keeper. And tidy from Levick. Winfield Hill 15 from 22 as she defends this one.
Yeah, I feel like if anyone's going to be the key with the ball for Durham here today, it will be Katie Levick.
Winfield Hill pushing this into the offside, finding one.
She's already got a 6-wicket haul in the competition so far this season. I was very fortunate to be here and calling that game against Somerset. Stunning performance.
Thomas rocking back and punching this one away. No run on offer. Clipped into the leg side by Thomas. Will just be one in the end.
Even though she is leading Durham with the wicket-taking figures in the competition this season, she's also shipped off 421 runs, which is by far and away the most expensive of the Durham bowlers. Villiers would be second.
Driven by Winfield Hill, but cut off well in the field. So 8 overs gone, 37 for 1. Another quiet over, much to the delight of Durham.
Yeah, just the 5 runs, the difference at the moment between the two sides of where they were at this point in the game. Durham had already lost their first wicket, of course. That was back in the 5th over of their batting innings. They'll put 32 runs together. Change of bowling and a change of ends for Maddie Villiers. Going to see what, if anything, she can conjure up from the Finkel end. It was from this end that the majority of the Sarah Glenn damage was done for Yorkshire with the ball. Nothing from the first delivery from the May PCA Player of the Month award winner. Now gives herself some room through mid-wicket. Graham there to retrieve. And that award coming along with 80.11 batting points, 28.39 points with the ball, and 37% of the public vote as well for Maddie Villiers. There was also amongst the company of the likes of Alice Monaghan from Surrey, who finished in 2nd. Sophie Luff was 3rd from Somerset, and Jess Jonathan was 4th. Down the ground with authority, though, from Lauren Winfield Hill. She does not care for awards or accolades. Really lovely use of the feet. It's the second boundary for the Yorkshire skipper.
Another brilliant shot from Lauren Winfield Hill, who is showing her class. And 152 runs to win is all Yorkshire need now.
Now through square leg, back towards long leg for the single. And there one more ball left to come in the over. Already going for 6 so far. Drive taken on the hop by Grace Thompson to end the over. So 6 runs from that. Doing the glorious chip down the ground from Lauren Winfield Hill. She's up 21. Thomas on 7, and Yorkshire with just 151 to win.
Levick just speaking to Armitage. trying to solidify their plans. They're going to send Grace Thompson out to the long off boundary and going to bring a fielder back up into the ring. Winfield Hill on strike, and Levick starts with a dot.
Yeah, interestingly, just before that first ball was bowled, Grace Thompson's actually taken up a wider position at mid-off.
Once again tentative from Winfield Hill. Rocking back, and will find a single this time.
Yeah, it's interesting. It was a little bit fuller from Levick there than what I was expecting, at least from that field position. Thinking maybe bowl a little back of a length, encourage Lauren Winfield Hill to try and take her on.
Yorkshire 44 for 1. 3 dots in this over. Slapped into the leg side. A quick single and shy at the stumps. If it was on target, it probably would have been out. Erin Thomas through safely though in the end. Yorkshire 45 for 1.
Yeah, that's a direct hit. She's in trouble.
Final delivery of the over. And Winfield Hill slaps that straight to the fielder. So it ends the over with a dot. 45 for 1 after 10. At the same stage, Durham were 45 for 2. So an interesting equation.
One more wicket left in the shed, comparatively at the end of the power play then. Maddie Villiers is going to continue on here from the Finkel end, just the double confirmation from the umpire of the hand signal. The power play is now over as Thomas now tries to take on Villiers. Drop shy of Grace Thompson at mid-off. Swept away and under square leg and past the dive as well. Really well timed sweep. And that's going to get Erin Thomas her first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, past 2 lots of fielding defences and races away for 4. A nice shot from Thomas.
Bit of flight and pierces the gap through the covers now. Be a chase on, a chase that should be won for Durham. And it will be. Just a couple there, and that will bring up the Yorkshire 50 as well. Taking them just 35 minutes to do so. And just the 1 wicket lost as well. Flight again, past the dive of Holly Armitage in the covers once more. Settle for the single on this occasion.
We've seen quite a lot of flight from Maddie Villiers. I wonder if she'll switch it up just because it hasn't seemed to quite work.
Dragged down a little bit more from Villiers. Lauren Winfield Hill watches it well. Expensive over from Villiers there. That's 8 off it. Yorkshire up to 53 for 1. Glorious blue skies with some smatterings of white cloud up overhead here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Those that have joined us live in person, also tuning in live as well onto the broadcast. We appreciate each and every one of you tuning in. Want to keep up to date with all the goings on around Durham cricket, all the highlights, live broadcasts and post-match interviews. Be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel and drop us a like as well. Always appreciated.
I think we're going to have a change of bowling with Abby Glenn coming into the attack from the Lumley end.
Yeah.
Switching up, having a bit of seam after a lot of spin as Winfield Hill on 23 doesn't quite get hold of this, and it'll be a dot.
Yeah, a bit of a shame for Katie Levick. Bowled decently, 3 overs, none for 6. But maybe just not quite creating enough from the Lumley end at the moment.
Wrap on the pads. And good start from Glenn.
Brooks there in the YouTube comments mentioning about how Lauren Winfield Hill needs to stay out of the crease today. Recent matches she's got in and then fallen short.
Glenn running in, and it's been nudged into the leg side. We'll run through for 1.
Yeah, the numbers certainly attesting to what you're mentioning there, Brooks. The 311 runs, 350s.
Glenn in, and that's been worked away by Erin Thomas, unable to find a run though.
Yeah, well and truly playing herself in and getting into good positions. Just not quite kicking on. High score of 90 so far in the competition this season.
Thomas on 15 as this one's driven, finds the gap. Will be 1. They're going to hesitate for a second. I think Erin Thomas was slightly keener on Winfield Hill. Right decision to send her back. They were quick through the first run though.
Yeah, my first thought was maybe there was a second there, but I suppose 38 odd overs still left to bowl.
Worked into the leg side. Again, fast between the wickets, but will take 1.
That'll end the over. Just the 3 runs off the first Abby Glenn over this afternoon. Yorkshire 56 for 1. It's just 138 more runs needed for Yorkshire to take the win. And Katie Levick is going to get an immediate change of ends here. So Maddie Villiers, who started at the Lumley end, was moved to the Finkel end and hasn't found a result. Armitage hoping that lightning won't quite strike twice in the same fashion here, and that Katie Levick will be able to find a breakthrough from the Finkel end. Got long off back, mid off up, mid on up, mid wicket, cover, extra cover, point. And 2 out deep on the leg side and 1 out on the offside sweeping. Just step back and give herself some room, which was maybe a little bit of the undoing of some of the Durham batters in their innings, allowing them to be almost cramped up on the crease. This time up the back foot and punches square through the offside. Partnership between these two as well, already up to 38. Aaron Thomas at the moment happy to play a little bit more of a supporting role through this Katie Levick over. That's very aerial and it's going to be guided around down through to fine leg. It will be a hefty chase on for Mia Rogers. She'll get there as well. And half a chance maybe for a run out at the striker's end. They make it all the way through for 3 to Erin Thomas. That'll call an end to the over. 13 down. Yorkshire 60 for 1.
It's a good chase by Mia Rogers, who pretty much ran all the way to the boundary from the stumps to collect the ball. Winfield Hill on 26, Thomas on 19. And Abby Glenn will continue. 3 from her first over. Yorkshire need 134 more runs to win. Blocked by Erin Thomas.
Yeah, if I'm Mia Rogers being forced to chase down that ball all the way to the boundary rope, I'm giving a little bit of a stern look to my skipper after that. But fair play.
Glenn in, and that's played nicely by Thomas. We'll only get 1 for it. Yorkshire 61 for 1.
Here Dobson just below us out of the picture. Passing a drink to Katie Levick at trolling at third.
Pushed away by Winfield Hill, repeating Thomas's shot just to rotate the strike. 62 for 1.
Yeah, last 2 balls there from Abby Glenn, both been quite wide.
Chipped into the leg side by Thomas. He stays on 20. 132 to win.
A bit of a better delivery there, just a little bit more nip in.
Thomas swings at this, and it will be cut off on the boundary by Emily Windsor.
Yeah, good fielding again from Windsor. Great shot though from Aaron Thomas. Down to a knee. Hands through the shot really, really quickly.
Glenn in, and has been driven on the up. Fall short of Holly Armitage, and that wraps up the over. 14 overs gone. Yorkshire 63 for 1, requiring 131 to win.
And Durham, at the end of their 14 overs with the bat, at this point, they were 55 for 3. This was at the beginning of the downward slope between overs 14 and 16, where they lost wickets in back-to-back-to-back overs. So Yorkshire not only ahead with runs on the board, but also Wicket's still in the shed. It's Katie Levick. Continues from this new angle from the Finkel end. Oh, there's a glove down there from Thomas. Winfield Hill started out of the traps pretty quickly. Good authoritative call of no. Oh, that's up in the air. Just shy of backward point. And Thomas, I mean, just getting away with one there slightly. Now for Lauren Winfield Hill. Mid-off is sent back once again. Oh, uses the feet. Too much of the feet, maybe. Big appeal. But the square leg umpire is unmoved. Big chance there. Mia Rogers. Quick work with the bails off. But Winfield Hill doing enough to get back in her ground. It's good work from Lauren Winfield Hill. Doesn't go too far out of her crease. Last ball of the over. It's just a little push down to the Durham skipper. It's just the one run off of that over. And the half chance there for the stumping. Yorkshire 64 for 1.
Games going on elsewhere. It looks like Somerset are going to wrap up a win against Warwickshire. I don't want to speak too soon. They need 11 runs from 30 overs with 7 wickets remaining. So if they copy Warwickshire, they will lose the game. But it's looking like they're on course to win. The Blaze have started their chase of 240 against Lancashire. They're 19 without loss after 4. And then Hampshire are 41 without loss after 7, chasing 246 against Essex. And in the World Cup, India are facing the Netherlands. Netherlands won the toss and opted to have a bowl first. India are 19 without loss after 1.5 overs. Abby Glenn coming in here, and that's driven down the ground, will be cut off by Holly Armitage for no run.
Yeah, judging on the way that Warwickshire's innings ended, we don't necessarily want to call that a foregone conclusion,
No.
do we?
No. They have to at least just have 7 runs to win, and then I can say that they're going to win. Glenn in, and that's been swiped at by Erin Thomas. No reward though. So that'll be a very early finish in Exmouth. Thomas pushing this into the offside, beats 2 diving fielders, and it will go for 4. Grace Thompson was in pursuit, but just reached the boundary in time.
Yeah, really nice drive there from Thomas. I mentioned in the last over from Abby Glenn that she's maybe pushing a couple up there. They're a little too wide for my liking. And that one there gets punished.
Defensive from Thomas. Yorkshire 68 for 1. 127 to win. Nudged into the leg side. Again, a dot, so just the boundary this over so far.
But realistically, that's all Yorkshire need. Just one to find the boundary rope, then see out the rest of the over. Maybe get a cheeky single here and there.
Glenn running in and driven by Thomas. And Grace Thompson goes tumbling down as she throws that back in to Mia Rogers. Loses her footing a bit. Yorkshire 68 for 1 after 16. 126 to win. At the same stage, Durham were 58 for 5. So quite a different picture.
Yeah, considerably so. Katie Levick continuing on. Stop from Armitage to prevent that from going any further. This will be the 6th over for Katie Levick, so she'll have only 4 more overs after this one. Nice early call of weight on from Winfield Hill, who's going at a reasonable pace, 27 off 46. That one down the leg side and will be wide. We'll force an extra ball out of Katie Levick, and that's going to bring the 50 partnership up as well between Lauren Winfield Hill and Erin Thomas. Taking them just under 3/4 of an hour to do it. More importantly, though, they found a 50 partnership in the 2nd wicket stand, which Durham weren't able to do until their last wicket. Again, Winfield Hill happy to just back away and play the drive. Slight field change before the final ball of the oval. Over Grace Thompson is going to be brought up from long off to mid off inside the circle. Wilford Hill doesn't mind about a field change. She'll just defend it into the covers. So just the single wide off that over. Yorkshire 69 for 1.
Durham are having some decent overs scattered in here. There are some bigger overs, and then there are times it feels like they're really pulling it back. I think that's difficult, as they know Yorkshire have 33 overs remaining, so they've got a long time to get these 125 runs. So they've got to take wickets. Grace Thompson is going to bowl for the first time today, just warming up at the Lumley end.
Not quite had the success so far this season, wicket taking wise. Grace Thompson, just 3 in the competition so far. 2 of them coming in the same fixture as well, with her best figures being 2 for 60.
Thompson in, and Erin Thomas can't get that away. Yeah, she had a growth spurt over the winter, and so then kind of struggled to find that same rhythm again that she did last season, and was so effective last season. But I also think there is a bit of a theme with young players who come through and make their debut, that the first season can often be quite successful, and then the second one they struggle a bit for various reasons. As Thompson's in and worked into the leg side for no run. And so it's about finding that consistency, and also, yeah, with the growth spurt, that's so difficult to kind of handle, especially when you're now in professional cricket. She's only just turned 19, so yeah, it's not easy at all. Thompson, and that's been driven, but straight into the hands of Holly Armitage. 3 dots in a row. A wide signal by the umpire.
Yeah, these are going to start adding up. Now these wides, that's 3 already in the innings. Yorkshire only conceded 2 wides.
Thomas nudges this, works it off the hip, but no run.
But yeah, to your point about Grace Thompson, obviously she's still got a lot of cricket ahead of her. Like I say, only 19 years old and in maybe the middle of a second season slump, as it were. But you know, there's so much expectation on these young pace bowlers now.
Another dot ball though, so a brilliant over so far other than the wide. But she's bounced back after the wide delivery. Thomas straight back to Grace Thompson, who ends up lying on the wicket. And 70 for 1 at the end of the over. So a couple of good overs just slowing down that run rate.
Yeah, it's pulled the run rate pretty much into parity for the first time in the game. Hovering around that 3.9 each. Just as Durham was starting to do that initially. He had a couple of big overs. 9th over going for 6, the 11th going for 8. 7th over going for 10 runs. That was the last we saw of Trudy Johnson with the ball so far this afternoon. So Yorkshire will look to try and pick a point for them to be able to start counter-attacking. Wouldn't be brave enough though to be taking on Katie Levick. None for 12 so far for Levick into her 7th over. Thompson going to be corralled from long off to mid off once again. Winfield Hill not quite falling for the bait at the moment from Katie Levick, saying, come on, long on and long off are both vacant. Chip me down the ground like I know you want to. Does chip up and falls short of mid-on. Abby Glenn there. But that's exactly the idea, I think, isn't it, from Katie Levick? Exactly the tactic that she wants the Yorkshire skipper to fall into. Last ball of the over. That's a big slug sweep attempted from Lauren Winfield Hill. She hasn't timed it, but will do enough to prevent the chance of the first maiden over for Durham with the ball. Even so, though, scoreboard pressure is being applied. For the first time, Yorkshire are behind the required run rate. 71 for 1 after 19.
Yeah, Durham have done a great job of... I mean, it was a very, very low required run rate, and so for Yorkshire to slip behind that, Durham have done a really good job of Just bowling dot after dot and being tight in the field and making it difficult for Yorkshire.
Yeah, 4 of the last 5 overs have gone for just a single run. So that goes to show the pressure.
Grace Thompson back in and starts with a dot, as we've seen in this game plenty of times.
We have our first result of the One Day Cup day today, and we can confirm that Somerset have indeed won in Exmouth by 7 wickets, with a mammoth 170 balls still remaining. They didn't even reach halfway through their batting innings to chase down Warwickshire's 160 all out.
That game went on for like 4 hours and 20 minutes or something. I mean, add the innings break in there, it's probably about 3 hours 45 minutes maybe of actual cricket. As Thompson's in and there'll be no run.
Yeah, Somerset 1 place behind Durham as well in the One Day Cup table, so made quick work of Warwickshire, who are actually above Durham as well.
Bottom edge from Winfield Hill. They will run through for a single.
Yeah, so ironically there, Somerset in their efforts to try and chase down Durham are actually trying to help do Durham a favour by getting past the team that are above them.
Yeah, there are only 55 overs in total in that match as Thompson in again, pushed straight to Holly Armitage. Thompson in, that's driven into the leg side by Erin Thomas, who's 26 from 51. Another dot ball from Thompson. 20 overs gone, 30 remain. Yorkshire 72 for 1. At the same stage, Durham was 72 for 6.
Well, I suppose that is what goes to show in terms of the scoreboard pressure that Durham are able to apply with the ball at the moment. Even with the 5 wicket disparity between the two sides at a similar stage in their innings, Yorkshire have been slowed right down to a crawl here. Just going to wonder at what point does the switch flick? And when do Yorkshire try and really attack the remaining 122 runs? That one back of a length. Great stop there from Grace Thompson. And that gets a rightful round of applause for those that join us live here in the Banks Homes Riverside. Bit of width again. This time Thompson won't be putting in the dive. Let that one pass by our left-hand side. Winfield Hill will collect the single. She moves on to 30. Thomas at 26. The partnership up to 54 between these two. And dished up through mid-wicket. And Abby Glenn at mid-on. Come around and do the fielding. So whatever happens now, it's going to stop the run of 4 straight overs, only going for 1 single run. Pushed to Armitage in the covers. No run there. Big switch of the hands there from Winfield Hill, and it's got away. Well, now might just be the time. 4 overs or so before drinks, where Yorkshire are going to start to try and dial this up. Last ball of this Katie Levick over. Oh, and how does that not clatter into middle stump? It might go all the way to the boundary rope. It's going to take some chasing down. In fact, it stopped just shy of the rope. So it'll go for buys. But gee, we saw a pretty similar delivery from Abby Glenn clatter into middle stump during the Durham batting innings. Not so fortunate here this time around, though. End of a chaotic over, and Yorkshire 81 for 1.
I was just waiting to hear the bails, and then the ball was gone. What a delivery from Katie Levick. She'll be keen for more like that. She's bowled so well so far. 8 overs, 0 for 19. Grace Thompson will continue from the Lumley end. Driven straight to Armitage. Yorkshire with 113 required to win. Blocked out by Winfield Hill. Tidy so far from Grace Thompson.
Yeah, she's been good since coming into the attack. Just the 2 runs given up so far. One of them were wide as well down the leg side.
Flicked into the leg side by Winfield Hill. Will take 1.
And equally, she's been really good as well. The Yorkshire skipper, Lauren Winfield Hill. 35 off 67. Not necessarily let herself get rushed or sped up by any stretch of the imagination either. Just going about her business.
Thomas
Shot.
hoiks this away. It'll easily be 4. Couple of bounces and over the rope. Lovely shot from Erin Thomas.
Well, I think Erin Thomas might have heard me there, giving the praise to the Yorkshire skipper and saying, you know what, I want a little bit of praise myself for that, and rightfully so. That is a beautiful shot for 4. Brings the run rate back over what's required as well for the first time in a couple of overs. Ooh.
Swing and a miss from Thomas.
Yeah, great comeback ball there from Thompson. Just happy to push a little bit wider. Encourage Erin Thomas to try and free the hands up, lull her into the false shot.
Clipped into the leg side, no run available. (86 for 1) after 22. Lauren Winfield Hill 35 from 67, and Erin Thomas 31 from 56. 108 required to win.
And the partnership up to 67 between these two as well. Pretty equally the weight has been shared. Winfield Hill contributing 29, Thomas 31. And we're going to see a bowling change from the Finkel end. It's going to be Emma Marlowe who's going to make her way into the attack. So Holly Armitage not going to bowl out Katie Levick straight away. First ball from Marlowe though, a little bit of a sighter. It's a wide. Oh, and that one too wide as well. Marlowe not quite finding the radar so far. That time gets it on track. And a diving stop from Grace Thompson. By all accounts, it looks like this is the first time we're actually seeing Emma Marlowe with a ball in hand in the One Day Cup this season. Maybe just a bit of a deliberate ploy here from Armitage to give Yorkshire something a little bit unexpected. By an over or two before the drinks break. Oh, and almost works out as well. That one sped straight through. Winfield Hill almost obliging with the top edge. Tries to clear her over the top of square leg. It will be a wide and one more as well as the two make their way through. Oh, quick off with the bails again. Here's Mia Rogers. Thomas though hadn't quite taken the exorbitant step down the ground. Width and lashed at, but no run. Last ball of the over. Oh, it'll be swiped at and it's put down from Rogers with the gloves. And they'll come back for two more for Erin Thomas. That ends the over. A lengthy one. 6 runs from it. Yorkshire up to 92 for 1.
102 to win, so almost halfway in their chase. Lauren Winfield Hill, 35 from 70. Erin Thomas, 33 from 59.
I think Erin Thomas just getting a little bit of attention here. She's going to take an early drink for herself.
Elsewhere, Hampshire 75 without loss after 14, chasing 246 against Essex. Maya Bouchier just shy of her half century. Ella McCacken also batting with her 23 not out. And then the Blaze are 55 without loss after 11, with Marie Kelly and Tammy Beaumont at the crease. They're chasing 240. They're against Lancashire at Blackpool. And of course the Somerset game is wrapped up as Grace Thompson's in, and we start with the dot ball, 92 for 1. India are facing the Netherlands, batting first in that T20 World Cup game at Headingley. India are 68 without loss after 7 overs. Winfield Hill driving, unable to find a run. Thompson in and very defensive. But Winfield Hill kind of leaping back to block the delivery. 3 dots in a row now from Grace Thompson, who's bowled really well today in her 4th over. 7 runs conceded. Punched away by Winfield Hill, beats the diving fielder. Will be cut off before the boundary. So we'll just be 1. 93 for 1. 101 runs to win.
Yeah, not out of control so far for Durham yet, but they need wickets. They need to break this partnership. These two look really settled at the moment.
Chipped up in the air by Erin Thomas, goes over the head of the fielder. It's racing towards the boundary and will very easily be 4. A big shot from Erin Thomas, who moves to 37. Yorkshire now on 97, bang on halfway, 97 runs to win. Miles ahead of the DLS, which is on 60, which shouldn't come into play today. And we hope the weather doesn't dramatically turn. It's not scheduled to, as slower ball from Thompson. "24 overs gone, 26 remain, 97 runs to win."
Yeah, what was I just saying about both the batters looking pretty settled? Then Erin Thomas with a lovely aerial shot over mid-on. Now coming towards the halfway point of the innings for Yorkshire with the bat. Emma Marlowe going to get another chance here from the Finkel end. Lengthy over first time out. Helped on by the fact that 3 were wides. Getting plenty of encouragement though. Is Emma Marlowe out there. Oh, swept back towards deep square leg, and the dive is going to be put in. And very, very well done as well. That's Bess Heath back there, whose name we haven't really had much of a chance to mention today. Her stay at the crease was short, only 5 before she was bowled by Jess Jonathan. That'll be flicked through square leg to bring up the Yorkshire 100 off the bat of Lauren Winfield Hill. And comparatively, it's been a pretty easy way to get to the 100 for Yorkshire. Done it in under an hour and a half, with only losing 1 wicket in the process as well. Rain's now continuing to flow. Thomas's turn to take the single. Now 4 off this over already. Down the ground and past the dive of Marlowe.
I'm intrigued about this decision to bowl Marlowe, but I think Durham might slightly be forced into it, just because of the team they've got today.
That one will be guided past fine leg
You'd
for the single.
You'd usually have Catherine Fraser, who would bowl probably 10 throughout the game. She's obviously with Scotland at the moment. If it wasn't for injury, you'd have Phoebe Turner. And halfway stage, people are coming on to hand out drinks and all sorts. So 103 for 191 runs to win and 25 overs to go.
Yeah, Yorkshire have been coasting really throughout this batting innings in the glorious sunshine here. So we've reached 3 local time in the afternoon at the Banks Homes Riverside with myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, and Polly Starkey for company on this Metro Bank One Day Cup game week. The games will continue on Tuesday in the competition before we'll break until August for the One Day Cup. Durham will be home again. They will play host to Surrey. And Yorkshire will be taking the trip down to Chesterfield to take on league leaders, the Blaze. It'll be a really, really intriguing contest, especially if Yorkshire do kick on and take victory in this match. Surrey not playing in this round of fixtures today, so they will be very well rested when they make the long trip up north on Tuesday. But still 25 overs here to navigate for both these sides. Durham desperately in the next 5 overs at minimum, you probably have to say at this point, to really feel like there's a chance for them to squeeze a win out of this game. Need to break this partnership.
It'll be interesting to see what happens after this drinks break, because I suspect Yorkshire will just be looking to absolutely launch and knock those 91 runs off, whereas Durham, they'll be using this time to kind of gather and come up with a plan to try and get one of these batters out, because they both look very set. There have been quite a lot of dot balls, but I also think that's because Yorkshire know they don't have to rush, so they can take their time and they don't have to take those risks.
Yeah, the pressure's all on Durham right now for them to be the ones to blink first, as it were, to try and take a couple of risks with their bowling, try and create some chances. And Yorkshire, as they have been in this first 25 overs, can be more than happy to, like you say, yes, rack up the dot balls, but more of a case of, well, we've still got time, we can bat this out, and then when the bad balls come, really put those away and really target some of the bowlers that maybe they identified pre-game were going to be a source of some runs. You are going to see a change, it looks like, from the Lumley end after drinks. Grace Thompson is going to make way, and Abby Glenn is going to come back into the attack. Glenn bowling only 3 overs before the drinks break, none for 10.
Glenn coming in, and that's been slapped down the ground by Erin Thomas, will be cut off just shy of the boundary by Grace Thompson. It will just be the single.
Mighty sound off the bat though. First thing after drinks. Flat back, slapped straight back down the ground towards long on.
Clipped into the leg side. We'll take 1.
And this is the thing as well for the position that Yorkshire have found themselves in now. It doesn't have to be expansive shots that are going to help them close in on that now 89 run deficit. the ones and twos every now and then, they'll suffice.
Nudged into the leg side. A dot ball from Abby Glenn. Yorkshire needing 89. Thomas slaps this across her body down the ground just for one. Thomas and Winfield Hill both on 41. Chipped up and hoiked on the leg side. That'll be 4. Easy work for Lauren Winfield Hill, who moves to 45. Yorkshire 110 for 1.
Yeah, just wondered for a second whether Grace Thompson at long on might have been in play, being able to get around and chase that one down, but good speed off the bat from Winfield Hill.
Defensive to wrap up the over. $111 even for 1 after 26, and Yorkshire need 83 to win.
Yeah, even on that last ball of the over there, it was just a gentle little push. But because long on was back, it's an easy one for Winfield Hill to be able to scurry through, take the quick single, move herself up to 46. She's now on course for her 4th 50 of the Metrobank One Day Cup campaign for the White Rose.
Holly Armitage just had quite a long chat with the umpire. Not sure what that's about. I'm just being nosy, really.
I always love to be a flight on the wall. Ambitious appeal from Emma Marlowe as she resumes from the Finkel end. This time helped around the corner, back behind square leg for the single. Puts Warren Winfield Hill up to 47. Yeah, I'm the same. Particularly whenever it's the captain coming together with either the keeper or the bowler. I always want to be that fly on the wall and just know, okay, what's the plan here? Where are the cogs turning towards? Thomas with a single to keep that run rate ticking over. Required run rate now down to 3.5. Driven down the ground, but Marlowe meets it. Tries to take a swipe at that one and just pulled out of the expansive shot at the last minute. Again, showcasing that Yorkshire don't necessarily have to take the risks here. 80 runs more to find. Nice shape to the drive, but only finds Maddie Villiers at mid-off. End of the over. It's 3 runs from that Emma Marlowe over. Puts Yorkshire to 114 for 1.
Lauren Winfield Hill is shy of her 50 on 48 from 85. Erin Thomas 42 from 68. Abby Glenn will continue 0 for 18 from her 4 overs. so far. Winfield Hill on strike. Defensive. Dot ball to start. Plays that away to Katie Levick at point as Winfield Hill. No run available. Winfield Hill has faced 53 dots in this innings. Erin Thomas 43. So they've not been afraid to kind of just endure that a bit and then be expansive at other opportunities. Nudged into the leg side for no run.
It's just been quite measured from the two, hasn't it? Patient, controlled.
80 runs to win. Lauren Winfield Hill on strike as Glenn's in. That's worked into the leg side. They'll take the single and I think settle with the single in the end.
Again there, Winfield Hill not looking to take the risk, not wanting to try and test the arm and push for the second to get to 50.
Chipped up in the air by Thomas, who was defending, kind of jagged into the ground before popping up. 115 for one. Pushed away by Erin Thomas, who's quick between the wickets. Winfield Hill was happy to jog through, but Erin Thomas sprinting to the other end. .28 overs gone. Yorkshire 116 for one, 78 runs to win.
And the Emma Marlowe experiment is going to take a momentary pause as Katie Levick is going to come back into the attack. She's only got 2 more overs that she's able to bowl for the match. It's already gone through 8 overs, none for 19. It's economical as you'd expect. It's less about economy right now, more about wicket-taking threat. Just saw your question, your request there, Brooksy, for updates on some other scores. We'll have a look at the end of the over, potentially. If we get a little bit of time. Katie Levick rattling through this over. Pushed wide of mid-on. It's a good run taken there. Abby Glenn always throwing across her body. That will bring Lauren Winfield Hill to the striker's end, 49. Point going to be brought round to backward point. Steps away, picks the gap through the covers, and that'll be 50 for Lauren Winfield Hill. It's been patient, it's been calm, it's been calculated. It is a 4th 50 of the One Day Cup competition for Lauren Winfield Hill. It's very well batted indeed. 50 off 90 balls. Just over an hour and a half. 4 fours, no sixes. And that will be the headline of the over. She'll get her curtain call from Steve Blades in the ground. Yorkshire 118 for 1 at the end of the 29th over.
Yorkshire 118 for 1, and scores from elsewhere. Hampshire 127 without loss against Essex. They only need 119 runs now to win from 27 overs with 10 wickets remaining. Maya Boucher's 79 not out. Ellen McCacken just shy of her 50. She's on 44 from 65. And then the Blaze are 76 for 2 after 17, chasing 240. So they need 164 runs to win. As that's driven by Winfield Hill, and that should be 4. It picks up speed and races away for 4. Winfield Hill moves to 54. It's the 100 partnership up between Lauren Winfield Hill and Erin Thomas, and it's been even from the pair really. Just 4 runs separating their 2 scores. And it's taken them just shy of an hour and a half. Tammy Beaumont still going though for the Blaze in that game at Blackpool. As Glenn is in again, and there's a shy at the stumps. Bessie thrown that in.
Yeah, incredible partnership between these two. Said about how important the 10th wicket stand was for Durham to even set this platform up in the first place, but these two.
Abby Glenn in and down the leg side. Mia Rogers flicks her glove off to chase it, and this is great running between the wickets. A fumble at the stumps by the captain Holly Armitage, but brilliant running between Winfield Hill and Thomas. 2 leg byes in the end. Yorkshire 125 for 1. Just 69 runs to win now. 9 wickets remaining. Abby Glenn in once again, and that's slapped away by Erin Thomas. It will find the fielder, but another powerful shot from her, and she's through for a single.
And now Erin Thomas is looking at that half century very, very keenly. Very well might be her first list day half century as well.
Abby Glenn running in, and swing by Winfield Hill, taken well behind the stumps. Yorkshire 126 for 1. Driven by Winfield Hill, no run available. So that ends the over with 2 dots. Yorkshire 126 for 1, 68 required for victory. But this pair look strong as ever.
Yeah, it's difficult to see where the wicket's going to come from to break this partnership. In all honesty, most likely it's probably a miscued shot of some description. But they've not really shown that they're willing to take the risk to be lulled into that miscued shot at the moment. So, could take something very, very special at the moment. Katie Levick in her last over for the game. Kick things off, as she often does with a dot ball. That's Erin Thomas on strike. Ooh, Put out the defensive, but just missed there. This time finds bat on ball. Only to Armitage, the Durham captain. Bit of width. Not too much though, according to the umpire. And that's watched through to end the over and end the spell for Katie Levick. She'll finish with a maiden over and figures of none for 21. She's been a great stabiliser. Not quite the threat with a wicket taking this time for Durham. Yorkshire remain 126 for 1.
Yeah, she would have, of course, been keen to get wickets, but a fantastic economy and has done such a good job at keeping Yorkshire from, I guess, racing away with the game. And even though they look in a winning position, as we saw with Warwickshire, things can change very, very quickly. But no, Katie Levick's done a brilliant job today, particularly with the bat as well. I think her batting was essential, really, for Durham posting a defendable target.
Maddie Villiers coming back into the attack, replacing Abby Glenn. This will be just the 5th over for Villiers, went none for 22 in her opening 4 overs, which was split between 2 over spells, 2 from the Lumley end, 2 from the Finkel end. Just 67 more runs for Yorkshire to find.
Villiers in and has been hoiked away. Will just be the 1 run. Yorkshire 128 for 1. Straight back at Villiers. Winfield Hill looking a little bit frustrated. 56 from 97. Villiers in again and swept away by Winfield Hill. It's fielded before the boundary. Now just run through for the single. Thomas getting a bottom edge and won't get a run with Bess Heath shying at the stumps. So 32 overs gone. Yorkshire 129 for 1, 65 to win.
Yeah, and picked up after the drinks break pretty much where they started, not looking to take off too quickly, as Grace Thompson is going to be the bowler to replace Katie Levick from the Finkel end. Thompson, who bowled 4 overs already, she bowled them from the Lumley end. Be a first opportunity to see if Grace Thompson can provide anything different from the opposite end of the ground. Starts things off with a dot. Quick update as well from other goings on around Durham cricket. The second 11 have been in action recently. And it's the South Asian Cricket Academy. Durham second 11 taken a win in that 3-day friendly. James Minto picking up 6 wickets. Colin Ackerman and Hayden Mustard scoring centuries apiece for the second 11 there. This one helped down towards fine leg by Winfield Hill. Was tempted into a second. And Thomas, though, very swiftly sending her back. Guided through square leg again. Not looking to push the tempo too much with the extra run being sent. Happy to just take the single, move Thomas up to 47. Winfield Hill 58 of 101 balls. Hands to the head of Grace Thompson there. Let's take a little bit off. Winfield Hill keeping that away from the top of off stump. One more ball to go in this, the 33rd over. Width, it's punished by Lauren Winfield Hill at full extension. Flat bat swatted down through long on. And an exclamation point to end the over. Puts Yorkshire up to 135 for 1. Just 59 more runs for the White Rose to find.
At the same point, Durham 131 for 9. They'd just gone 9 wickets down. So, very different situation in terms of the wickets column.
Yeah, this is where, if you are a Durham optimist, you say, well, this is where the fight back happened with the bat. Let's see a mirror image now with a fight back with the ball. With these two well and truly set. Katie Levickall bowled out.
Villiers back into the attack and well saved inside the ring. Just the single to start. 58 to win. Villiers in, and that's been hit down the ground by Winfield Hill. Just rotating the strike at the moment. Erin Thomas on 48 from 87. 57 runs to win. Villiers in, and Thomas prods at that. Swept by Thomas. We'll just find the fielder, so she moves to 49. Replays the shot now at the non-striker's end. Yorkshire 138 for 1. 56 to win. Villiers through her action, and Winfield Hill rocks back and punches that away. It will just be 1.
Really smooth, fluid batting at the moment between these two. Just happy to take the singles, get through the over, get through the strike.
Final ball of the over, and that's defended into the leg side for no run. 139 for 1, so 4 from the over.
Just 55 more for Yorkshire to take victory. Snap the winless streak. Durham, first time for them to taste defeat in 4 games in the Monday Cup competition. Still plenty of time in the competition though, this and the T20 Blast as well. Still plenty to play for. That one up and dropped at mid-on. Lauren Winfield Hill. It's Heather Graham that's put the chance down. Push forwards. Playing at mid-off to retrieve. Erin Thomas on 49. Through mid-wicket, no run there.
I don't quite understand why we haven't seen Heather Graham have a bowl. I don't know whether she's carrying some sort of injury or anything like that, because she obviously wasn't out here for long with the bat. And yeah, we haven't seen a bowl, and I kind of just realised that as she dropped that catch.
That one's uppish, dive forwards. Would have been some take if Maddie Villiers was able to get a hold of that one. Extra cover. Yeah, maybe there's something just a little bit being carried by Heather Graham. Maybe there's an eye on the next game as well. That one will be turned around the corner, and that will be 50 for Erin Thomas. She will be sent back, so it won't be 51. But it's the first for her of the one-day cut campaign. 94 balls, 100 minutes, 4 fours, no sixes. But most importantly, she is there, and that is a really great milestone for her. Winfield Hill chipping up and taken. End of a tremendous innings from Lauren Winfield Hill. The second wicket does finally fall for Yorkshire. But with 53 more runs for the White Rose to find, is it going to be a case of too little, too late? Caught by Holly Armitage. Lauren Winfield Hill goes for a very well-made 65.
Very muted celebrations from the Durham players. They know that they haven't done enough today with bat or ball, and it feels like it probably is a little bit too late, especially with Jess Jonathan coming to the crease. You get one great batter out, another one comes in, and with just 53 runs, as you say, Yorkshire are very much on the front foot and looking to just get over the line here.
And that second wicket partnership, 122 between Lauren Winfield Hill and Erin Thomas. 59 from the Yorkshire skipper. Erin Thomas with her 50. Second round of applause and a curtain call as Winfield Hill makes her way off the ground. We will continue on. 15 more overs left for Yorkshire to bat. 53 more runs to find. Maddie Villiers about to enter into her 7th over.
Maddie Villiers back in, and Erin Thomas goes to turn around the corner. She's going to push for 2. Does it comfortably in the end. Yorkshire 143 for 2.
Yeah, neatly done there from Thomas, the little paddle.
Villiers in and scampers to try and field off her own bowling. Thomas goes to once again turn it round the corner. Sends it to backward square for a single.
Just 50 more left. Jess Jonathan taking strike for the first time this afternoon. 426 runs she's already scored in the competition so far. 300s.
Defensive from Jonathan to start. $144 for 2. Just the left-handed overseas for Yorkshire is at the crease. Gets off the mark pretty quickly with a single.
Yeah, not the type of player to necessarily hang around with the scoring wise, averaging just a tick over 60. Strike rate just under 95.
Pushed away by Erin Thomas, leaning forward. Will take 1. 48 to win.
Yeah, 5 off that over. 146 for 2. Yorkshire. Not quite going to be the amount of time for Jess Jonathan to keep that 60 average, hovering around that kind of level, but the individual average comes secondary to what this overall team performance could mean for the rest of the season for Yorkshire. As we heard from Jill earlier on, still adapting to life a little bit in the Tier 1 setup. Mentioned from Yorkshire GM Gavin Hamilton that this season was kind of a free hit for Yorkshire. Short, and initially Thomas thought to duck out of that one, but then hooks back towards fine leg and grab the single. And for Durham, will now be looking ahead to hosting Surrey here on Tuesday. Danny Hazel will have quite a lot of analysis to do on this game. Jonathan pushes for a single, and it's good running from the Australian. The first inquisition point was obviously going to be the batting collapse through the early to middle innings and the inability to make meaningful partnerships from the 3rd to the 6th wicket stands. Carved to Graham at mid-on. Swept away here from Thomas. Does she pick the gap? She does. Between the two fielders, back behind square on the leg side. That's the 150 up as well for Yorkshire in just under 2 hours. And made it up to 152 for 2. It's just 42 more runs that Yorkshire have to find to win this game. Drive and a miss from Thomas. Lovely drive. Only finds Abby Glenn at mid-off to end the over. Another 6 runs from it. Yorkshire 152 for 2.
42 runs to win. Getting closer to crossing that line of Yorkshire. Thirteen overs remain. And Durham are going to continue with Maddie Villiers from the Lumley end. Starts with a dot. Gets Jonathan slightly tangled up.
Ooh.
Hands on Villiers' head. Jess Johnson doesn't look completely comfortable at the crease, with Villiers bowling well here. Villiers in and Johnson pushes this away. Won't take the run.
Yeah, a bit of an odd start here from Jonathan. It's just knowledge of the game state again, not needing to take the risks. That's better.
Punched away by Jonathan, who will get through for a single this time, with 41 runs to win.
Yeah, I'll be happy to be at the non-strikers end, just take a moment for herself. Maybe it's just Maddie Villiers offering up something that Jonathan isn't quite picking up.
End of the over. 38 overs gone. 12 remain. Yorkshire need 41 runs. Yorkshire are 153 for 2, with Jess Jonathan on 3, Erin Thomas on 59.
Looks like we're going to get a return back to Trudy Johnson here. Getting some instructions from Holly Armitage. I've not seen Trudy Johnson since all the way back in the 7th over, where she went for 10, including a no ball and a 4. But she is also one of only 2 Durham bowlers to have a wicket in this innings. She got Amy Campbell caught by Windsor. Good sound off the bat and a good dive put in there from Emma Marlowe to stop an extra run or 2. More questions about potential fielding alterations from Armitage. Oh, that's up in the air. Well, no, fall just safe. There, Maddie Villiers it was who stuck out a left arm to try and take what would have been a spectacular catch to dismiss Erin Thomas.
It would have been a brilliant catch. I mean, if there's anyone in the team you'd back to catch it, it would be Maddie Villiers. But a tough chance, a half chance probably.
Down the leg side, and going to be an extra or two as well if they want to take it. It'll just be wide +1. Interesting to see there as well that Trudy Johnson changed angle against Jess Jonathan, bowled round the wicket to the left-hander. Over the wicket, though, to Thomas, and it's spilled at point by Grace Thompson. So Erin Thomas will be able to scurry through for the quick single. Johnson will persist around the wicket to the Australian. Jams the bat down. Run rate required down to 3.2. Yorkshire sitting just over 4 run rate. Another Graham there in your picture. Question mark posed by Polly as to why she's not had the ball in hand so far today. Maybe we'll be able to get an answer from Danny Hazel. Last ball of the over, and it's pushed through the covers. It will be just the 1 run. And will be the retention of the strike as well for Jess Jonathan. End of the over. Just 11 remain. Yorkshire 159 for 2.
Maddie Villiers has 2 overs left. One of them is going to be bowled now. Yorkshire need 35 to win. Jonathan and Thomas had a pretty big discussion in the middle. Jonathan 5 from 12. Erin Thomas 61 from 106 as Villiers comes in, and that's nudged away by Jess Jonathan. Slapped away by Jonathan, beats the diving fielder, and that will comfortably be 4. 2 fielders in pursuit, but it rolls over the rope. 31 to win.
Yeah, as soon as that got past the dive, that looked like a very much of a save your legs type of shot. 2 fielders trying to chase that one through the offside. No one reaching it though.
Villiers in again, and that's nudged into the leg side by Jonathan. Scores elsewhere. Hampshire need 76 runs from 18 overs with 10 wickets remaining. They should comfortably win against Essex as Villiers in again. No run on offer. And the Blaze need 138 runs from 24 overs with 6 wickets remaining against Lancashire in Blackpool. I've had a couple of single-figure departures as this has been flicked away by Jess Jonathan. Will be 1. And in the World Cup. India are 185 for 4 against the Netherlands. 2 wickets from the Dr. Carolina de Lange. That's been hoiked away by Erin Thomas. In fact, it will be cut off as it slows up in the outfield. .40 overs gone, 165 for 2, 29 needed from the final 10 overs.
Yeah, it's a real shame that was cut off there, actually, from Erin Thomas. That was a glorious shot. Over towards wide, long on. But this very much feels like it's a formality now, with 10 overs still remaining to bowl, just past 4 o'clock. As the skies start to darken a little bit. Some overcast conditions potentially. Trudy Johnson continuing though. She's got 5 more overs that she can bowl. See, Villiers has 1 more from the Lumley end at the moment. That one's upish, half a cry of catch. And a slight head in hands moment from Trudy Johnson as that sailed past her. Maybe indicates that wasn't miles away from the outstretched left hand. Oh, and that's down the ground. Half a cry of catch. It's going to fall safe and roll all the way to the boundary rope as well. Erin Thomas in really, really good stride here. And it's now just 25 runs required for Yorkshire to win. Defending, pushed back to Johnson for no run. Oh, that's aerial as well. Fielder coming in but won't quite get there, Bess Heath. And drop just in front of her from her position at cow corner. Thomas will grab the single. It's Yorkshire up to 170. And again, Trudy Johnson is going to bowl around the wicket to Jess Jonathan. Last ball of the 41st over. And it's happily guided to Abby Glenn at mid-on. End of the over. Another 5 runs to the total. Yorkshire 170 for 2. And in theory, this could be over in the next couple of overs.
Yeah, just 24 runs to win. Maddie Villiers is going to bowl her final over. 0 for 41 so far today. Erin Thomas is absolutely enjoying a good bit of time in the middle. 67 from 111 even, as Villiers is in and down the leg side for a wide. Thomas is bowled. Middle stump disappears. And Erin Thomas goes for 67. It's a little bit too late for Durham, but Maddie Villiers picks up a wicket in her final over.
Yeah, and fair play to Villiers there for continuing on and being perseverant, breaking through what has been a terrific innings for Erin Thomas. No doubt a standout performance for her in the competition so far this season. Alice Clark will come out on 5 and look to try and help mop up. So Alice Clark makes her way to the crease. No batting numbers for her in the competition so far this season. So a great chance for her to stamp some authority and stamp her name into this One Day Cup side, especially with the missing names through the World Cup.
Villiers dot after her wicket. Alice Clark just looking to settle. There's now a slip in place in the form of Abby Glenn, nudged into the leg side by Alice Clark. 22 runs to win.
I think this is the first time all day we're seeing Durham have a slip in place.
Guided away by Clark. No run available though. Hoiked away by Jess Jonathan. That'll be 4. A lovely shot. 18 runs now to win.
Yeah, beautiful. Beautifully done. Took a couple of steps down the wicket and knew that that was racing away to the boundary rope. Great head position as well as the execution of that shot. Nice and still.
.176 for 3. That's 42 overs gone. 8 overs remain. 18 to win.
And that's Maddie Villiers all bowled out as well for the day. She will end on 1 for 47 off of her 10. Tough day at the office for pretty much everybody in a Durham shirt here today. Brings Emma Marlowe back into the attack. Taking over from Trudy Johnson. Here she only bowled 2 overs in a short spell. Cut away through the covers. Just be the single, despite how quickly Alice Clark was out of the striker's crease. And the slip was short-lived, comes out of play and reinforces the covers. Defended and no run from Jonathan. Required run rate just 2.2. 17 of 46 balls. Winds up and through that reinforced cover region. Abby Glenn, who was just moved there from out of slips. Flight and waved at there from Alice Clark. Down the leg side, too far down the leg side. So that's another wide to the total. Trying to step away, give herself room. Doesn't quite work. But it's 3 more runs. Up to 179 for 3. Wides count, by the way, as well. 9 wides given up by Durham with the ball. Grace Thompson is to be the replacement for Maddie Villiers from the Lumley end.
1 for 26 from her 7 overs so far. 15 runs to win. Jess Jonathan on strike, 15 from 24. Slower delivery, and they're going to take one. A rolling stop in the end in the field. Yorkshire 180 for 3, 14 runs to win. Thompson in, and it's driven by Clark. Straight to Armitage. Clark driving this again, just straight to Holly Armitage. 2 dots now.
Yeah, that offside fully packed through the covers. They're almost sort of standing in a symmetrical V shape in front of square.
Dot ball from Thompson. Still 14 to win. Down the ground by Clark, but no opportunity for a single. Alice Clark, 2 from 10. Nudges this away. We'll just take 1 to end the over. So 13 to win, 181 for 3.
Yeah, a bit more of a pedestrian over. That one there. On the return for Grace Thompson. Just the 2 runs off of it. Emma Marlowe's going to continue. Is this where Clark and Jonathan are going to try and attack with 6 more overs left to go? Ooh, wild swing from Clark. This time connects through point. It'll just be 1 though. That's Clark up to 4. Jonathan on strike 16. And defending. Pushing in towards mid-wicket. Again, trying to feel for that big outside cut shot. That one too wide from Marlowe. That's the 10th wide of the Durham innings with the ball. That one's up and taken. Caught by Abby Glenn. And Jess Johnson's stay at the crease was a relatively short one. Emma Marlowe gets herself a wicket. It's Jess Johnson gone for 16. And Yorkshire 183 for 4.
Jess Johnson never fully looked completely comfortable at the crease. She wasn't playing the way we've seen her play in her time in England so far. Brings Maddie Ward to the crease, who is a expansive 360 player, as they would probably describe it now. Can play all over the park. And with 11 runs to win, we'll be looking to get this wrapped up quickly.
Partnership between Jonathan and Clark was just 12. Now Maddie Ward to the crease. Just 80 runs to her name in this competition thus far. But Yorkshire don't need much. They don't need anything flashy. Just 11 more runs is all they need to find. That one can't pierce the gap through the covers though. And we'll end the over. So just the 2 more runs added to the total. Granted, that is, in theory, all Yorkshire need to see this one out. But they do lose another wicket of Jess Johnson. 183 for 4.
It will be Thompson, who has 2 overs left. He's going to continue from the Lumley end. Alice Clark on strike. Edges this away and it's heading for 4. And it will be 4. Quite simply. 7 runs to win. Clark moves to 8 from 14.
Yeah, it's a neat little shot there. Just a little bit of guidance. There's coverage there, but not quite enough.
Pushed away by Clark. Keen for a second, but they'll stick with 1. 6 runs to win. Yorkshire 188 for 4. They've taken their time with this chase.
Yeah, they have indeed, but it's doing it smartly. Very easy to look at a target like 194 and go, well, we've got 50 overs to do it. Let's really swing the bat.
Thompson in and defensive from Maddie Ward, who's not yet got off the mark. Faced 2 balls so far.
Required run rate of 1.3.
Ward nudges this into the leg side. No run. Still 6 to win. 2 balls left of this over. Thompson in, and it's pushed away by Maddie Ward just for a single. Yorkshire 189 for 4, 5 to win. Finally 4 runs. 5 runs to win even. 4 overs remain. You'd suspect Yorkshire will get it done quicker than that. But Clark's on 9 from 16, Ward 1 from 4.
Yeah, Emma Marlowe continuing on. Very well might be done in this over. So I'll ask you quickly, Polly, player of the match. Who do you think?
Ooh. I think I've got to say Erin Thomas. In terms of the batting, I think I'm torn because in terms of contenders for bowling, I think Sarah Glenn and Jess Jonathan did such a key job. I think if you could give it to both of them, I know that's a cop-out answer.
Wild swing. It'll be a wide though. 4 more to win.
But I do think you couldn't have the one without the other kind of situation in that, you know, Glenn was brilliant getting those wickets early on, but I thought Jess Jonathan tied down the other end really well.
Yeah, that would be where my overall match nomination would go, would be Jess Jonathan, because of the role that she played in supporting Sarah Glenn and chipped in with a couple of wickets as well. Down the ground, or half a chance for a run out of Ward, but gets back in good time.
Yeah, with figures of 2 for 18 from 10 overs, including 2 maidens, you can't really argue with that. Sarah Glenn 3 for 40 from her 10 overs, also including 2 maidens. But yeah, I also think Erin Thomas has managed this innings very well, particularly that partnership with Winfield Hill.
Yeah, it's been a real standout afternoon for her. That's going to be another wide to the name of Emma Marlowe. Just 2 to win. We could get there with wides at this point. It'll be a big swipe. Dive and a misfield. Ward will take the single and will tie it up here at the Banks Homes Riverside. For Durham, I think Grace Thompson with the bat, definitely a shining light. Has performed decently with the ball, given the circumstances. It was always going to be difficult trying to bowl to this total. Infield converges in to protect the single. But also credit to Emma Marlowe for trying to carry her bat while wickets fell around her. We'll have an extra over to see here as Yorkshire can't quite get it done in that Emma Marlowe over. Scores are tied with 3 overs left. Yorkshire just need to find 1 run in 18 balls.
And it will be Grace Thompson to likely see out the end of this game. She's got 1 over left, 1 for 34 so far. Has bowled really well today, but also with the bat was pretty crucial for Durham. And what was a very wobbly batting order. Maddie Ward on strike as Thompson comes in and starts defensively. A dot ball.
Tell you what, this would be quite some commitment to the bit for this season in the One Day Cup. If Yorkshire just go ahead and defend the next 18 balls and we get a second tie.
Oh dear. I honestly wouldn't be surprised.
I'd rate it personally.
Thompson even coming in again and driven for no run. Yorkshire 193 for 4, 1 run to win. 2 dots so far in this over from Grace Thompson. Four balls left in this over, 2 more overs after that. Maddie Ward on strike, who goes to scoop it, and that'll be the winning run in the end. In fact, it's not going to go for 4. It's inches away from the boundary rope, but it doesn't matter. They've ran through, they've got the single, and Yorkshire are victorious in this fixture. After losing at home to Durham, they've made the way to Chesley Street for the 2nd time in 2 weeks. Last time there was no play in the Vitality Blast, but today they have come and conquered the home side, Durham. And as we mentioned before, a fantastic display of bowling from Jess Jonathan and Sarah Glenn in the first innings. 2 for 18 from 10 overs from Jess Jonathan, 3 for 40 from Sarah Glenn. Also, Ines Blackwell, 2 for 42 from her 10 overs. And Durham were 193 all out, despite the gritty batting of Grace Thompson and Trudy Johnson, Katie Levick right at the end. And then for Yorkshire, an amazing partnership between Lauren Winfield-Hill and Erin Thomas, which almost got Yorkshire over the line. But it was Maddie Ward and Alice Clark at the end who got the job finished for Yorkshire, who will very happily take the win, beating Durham by 6 wickets.
Yeah, it's a great platform for the White Rose to build up on as they will travel down to Chesterfield on Tuesday to take on the Blaze. Durham will have a little bit of inquiry to do with Danny Hazel at the helm. And we'll play host to Surrey on Tuesday morning as well. But for today, that is going to be it. The unbeaten run comes to an end for Durham in the Metrobank One Day Cup. But an immediate chance to rebound on Tuesday. We'll have to see just how they do so. Thank you so much to those for joining us across the day's coverage. For myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, Polly Starkey, for all the guys here at the Media Company and the Banks Homes Riverside, thank you for tuning in. We'll see you next time.